Imagine you are standing on the Giza Plateau at night, in the hour before dawn, when the last stars are still visible and the sky to the east is just beginning to consider the idea of becoming lighter. The timing matters. It will matter more as tonight's journey continues. It is late enough that the tourists have gone, but the sound equipment from whatever light show was running earlier has been packed away, that the vendors and the camel handlers and the guides have all returned to Cairo or to the villages along the plateau's western edge. The plateau is quiet. The desert air is cold and dry and carries the particular smell of old stone and old sand that is unlike anything else in the world. In front of you, rising from the flat, pale rock of the plateau, like something that was there before the landscape around it and will be there after it, are three things so large that your mind has to make a specific effort to hold their scale. 3 pyramids. The largest of them, the one to the north, the one that goes by the name of Khufu or Cheops in the Greek rendering, is 146 meters tall in its original form, though it has lost something from its apex over the millennia and stands a little shorter now. It covers an area of roughly 5.5 hectares at its base. Its 4 sides are aligned to the cardinal points, north, south, east, west, with a precision that modern engineers have not entirely been able to explain in terms of the technology they believe was available in 2560 BCE. To the southeast of the Great Pyramid is the Pyramid of Khafra, slightly smaller but appearing taller because it sits on higher ground and still retaining a cap of its original casing stone at the summit. White limestone that once covered all 3 pyramids and would have made them blaze in the Egyptian sun like enormous facets of a cut gem. Further south is the smallest of the 3, Menkaure, modest by comparison but still a structure that would be extraordinary anywhere else in the ancient world. And to the east of the Pyramid of Khafra, crouching in its cut stone enclosure, with its forepaws extended and its great face turned to look at the horizon, is the Sphinx. We are going to spend a lot of time tonight looking at the Sphinx. But first, and this is the part of tonight's journey that is worth letting settle in the earliest minutes, before we go into the evidence and the argument and the genuine difficulty of the questions involved. Let me tell you what tonight is about. Tonight is not about how the Great Pyramid was built. That question, the logistics of moving 2.5 million stone blocks, the organization of the labor force, the engineering solutions that allowed the builders to achieve the precision and the scale that still astonishes engineers today, is a genuinely fascinating question, and we have other nights for it. Tonight, we are going to set it aside. Tonight is about when. Specifically, tonight is about the possibility, the genuine, evidence-supported, seriously argued by serious people possibility, that the answer to the question of when is considerably different from the answer that appears in every history textbook, on every museum placard, on every tour guide's scripted introduction to the site we are standing on. The official answer is approximately 2560 BCE, 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, Old Kingdom. The pharaoh Khufu commissioned the Great Pyramid as his tomb, and it was built over roughly 20 years by a large and highly organized workforce. This is not a guess or a speculation. It is a conclusion supported by a substantial body of evidence. And we are going to spend the second part of tonight's journey examining that evidence fairly and completely, because it deserves to be taken seriously. The 2560 BCE date is not an estimate made in ignorance. It rests on specific physical evidence discovered and interpreted across more than 2 centuries of Egyptian archaeology, from Napoleon's expedition in 1798 through to the detailed excavations and analyses of the 20th and 21st centuries. The inscriptions in the so-called relieving chambers above the king's chamber include what appear to be work gang names incorporating the name of Khufu. A papyrus diary discovered in 2013 at the Red Sea port of Wadi al-Jarf appears to be the journal of an inspector named Mera, who recorded his team's role in transporting casing stones to Giza during the reign of Khufu. The workers' village at Giza, excavated by Zahi Hawass, produced detailed evidence of the lives and diet of the people who built the pyramid. This is the official account, and it is built on real things. But tonight, we are also going to examine a different body of evidence. Evidence from geology, evidence from astronomy, evidence from the specific physical characteristics of the monument complex and its relationship to the landscape and the sky. Evidence that, when examined carefully and honestly, does not fit comfortably within the 2560 BCE timeline, that points persistently and independently toward a date that is several thousand years earlier. The two lines of evidence are independent of each other. They were developed by different researchers using different methods. They arrive at similar conclusions by completely different routes. The geological argument concerns the physical weathering of the stone, the marks that climate leaves on exposed limestone over time. The astronomical argument concerns the positions of stars, the slow, calculable drift of the night sky caused by the wobble of Earth's axis over thousands of years. One looks at the ground, the other looks at the sky. When two independent lines of evidence arrived at through completely different methods point toward the same approximate date, that convergence is worth taking seriously. It does not prove that the date is correct, but it shifts the question from whether the anomalies are real to what they actually mean. My name is Arthur. If you are new here, welcome. This is a channel where we spend the night with stories from the ancient world, told slowly and carefully for the hours when sleep is close, but not quite arrived. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. It costs nothing and genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to. Tell me where you are in the world and what time it is. There is something I find quietly remarkable about this community. People listening from dozens of countries across every time zone, all with the same questions about the same ancient things. Now, back to the plateau. Let me tell you a little more about the scale of what you are looking at, because scale is one of the things that photographs and diagrams consistently fail to convey about the Giza complex. The Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world for roughly 3,800 years, from its completion around 2560 BCE until the construction of Lincoln Cathedral in England in 1311 CE. This is an almost incomprehensible span of dominance. For most of the period that we call recorded history, if you had asked any educated person in any part of the old world what the tallest thing built by human hands was, the answer would have been the Great Pyramid. And for most of that period, the people answering the question did not know when or how it had been built. It was already ancient to the Greeks who visited it. It was ancient to the Romans who carved their names into its casing stones. It was ancient to the Arab geographers who described it in the 9th century CE. The base of the Great Pyramid covers approximately 53,000 square meters. If you were to dismantle the pyramid and spread its stone out across the base in a single layer, it would cover an area larger than many small countries. The total weight of the material in the structure has been estimated at roughly 6 million tons. Each of the approximately 2.3 million stone blocks that make up the core of the pyramid weighs on average about 2.5 tons, with the largest blocks in the interior chambers weighing up to 80 tons. These numbers are useful not because they make the pyramid mysterious in any supernatural sense, but because they establish the baseline that any explanation, whether the conventional one or an alternative one, has to account for. Whatever was built here, it was built by something capable of organizing and executing a logistical operation of extraordinary scale. Whatever that something was, and whenever it was operating, it was sophisticated. Now, back to the plateau. The Giza Plateau sits on the western bank of the Nile, roughly 15 kilometers southwest of central Cairo. In the time of the pyramid builders, it would have been closer to the river than it is now. The Nile has shifted its course somewhat over the millennia, and the contrast between the desert plateau and the fertile green strip of the river valley would have been immediate and dramatic. The plateau is Eocene limestone, formed from the compressed remains of marine organisms that lived in a shallow sea that covered this part of Africa roughly 50 to 60 million years ago. It is old rock. It is the kind of rock that tells time in ways that, it turns out, are relevant to the questions we are asking tonight. The 3 pyramids were built of this limestone, quarried from the plateau itself and from nearby sites, supplemented by granite brought from Aswan in the far south for the interior chambers and casing stones. The Sphinx was also carved from this limestone, carved out of a natural outcrop or knoll in the bedrock, shaped into its current form by the removal of stone from all sides. This means that the Sphinx and the rock walls of the enclosure in which it crouches are made of the same material and were exposed to the same weather at the same time. This fact is at the center of the geological argument that forms the first of tonight's 2 evidential lines. Because the walls of the Sphinx enclosure show something that the geological evidence suggests could not have happened in 2560 BCE. The erosion on those walls looks wrong. Not wrong in a way that is immediately obvious to the casual visitor. You would not walk past the Sphinx enclosure and immediately notice that something was unusual about the pattern of weathering on the stone. But to a geologist trained to read the signatures of different kinds of erosion, the different patterns produced by wind and sand versus water and rain, the Sphinx enclosure walls tell a specific story. And the story they tell is that they were exposed to prolonged, intense rainfall at some point in their past. Rainfall that has not fallen on the Giza Plateau for a very long time. The paleoclimatic record of Egypt, the record of what the climate was like across different periods of the last 20,000 years, is relatively well established. The last time the Giza region experienced the kind of sustained, heavy rainfall that the erosion pattern on the Sphinx enclosure walls appears to require was during the African humid period, sometimes called the Green Sahara, a period when the Sahara was significantly wetter than it is today, supporting grasslands and lakes and rivers across what is now barren desert. This period ended in the area of what is now Egypt, roughly 6,000 to 7,000 years ago. Before that, the last period of substantial rainfall in the region dates to the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago. If the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls is indeed rain erosion, and that is a specific, contested, but seriously argued claim, then the Sphinx enclosure was exposed to rainfall that stopped falling more than 6,000 years ago, which means the Sphinx and the enclosure that was carved to create it existed before that rainfall stopped, which means the Sphinx is older than 6,000 years, which is several thousand years older than the earliest known period of Egyptian civilization. This is the claim. We are going to examine it carefully. But before we do, and before we add the second evidential line, the astronomical argument that runs parallel to the geological one, let us simply stand here for a moment and look at the 3 pyramids and the Sphinx in the dark. There is something that happens when you are alone with a genuinely ancient thing, without the scaffolding of the interpretive framework that usually accompanies it. It becomes a question rather than an answer. The pyramid, stripped of the placard telling you what it is and when it was built, is simply an enormous fact in the landscape. Something that was done by somebody, for some reason, at some point. The placard is not wrong, but it can prevent you from actually seeing the thing you came to see, because it tells you what to think before you have had a chance to look. This is one of the things that the evidence we are going to examine tonight invites us to do, to look again. Not to reject the placard, not to replace it with a more dramatic one, but to hold it loosely enough that the specific physical details of the place can speak on their own terms. There is something that happens when you are alone with a genuinely ancient thing, without the scaffolding of the interpretive framework that usually accompanies it. The official explanation creates a kind of comfortable distance. We know what this is, we know when it was built, we know who built it. The comfort is real and for good reasons. The evidence for the official timeline is substantial, and the impulse to puncture established knowledge for the sake of mystery is one that good thinking should resist. But tonight, we are going to hold that comfort lightly, not because the evidence demands we abandon it, but because the evidence demands we examine it. There are things about this complex, specific, physical, measurable things that the official timeline does not account for satisfactorily. The honest response to that is not to replace one comfortable certainty with another, but to sit with the uncertainty and follow the evidence carefully and see where it actually leads. The plateau is very quiet. The Sphinx is looking east toward the horizon where the sun will rise. Let me say one more thing about the Sphinx before we move on, because it is one of the most important physical facts about the monument complex, and one that is easy to overlook. The Sphinx is not freestanding. It is carved from a natural limestone knoll in the bedrock of the plateau, and the act of carving it produced the enclosure in which it sits. The roughly rectangular trench cut into the rock on three sides of the figure, leaving the Sphinx on a kind of island of bedrock surrounded by vertical limestone walls. Those walls are what we will be spending part 3 of tonight's journey examining closely. They are where the geological argument begins. The enclosure is roughly 72 meters long, 19 meters wide, and up to 9 meters deep in places. The walls of the enclosure, the exposed limestone faces that were revealed when the trench was cut, have been sitting in the open air, exposed to whatever the climate of the Giza region has thrown at them ever since the moment the cutting was done. Whatever those walls look like now is the result of whatever the climate has done to them since the cutting. And what they look like now is the first piece of evidence that something about the conventional timeline does not quite fit. The plateau is very quiet. The Sphinx is looking east toward the horizon where the sun will rise. In the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to establish exactly what the official account says and why it is as well supported as it is. Because you cannot evaluate the evidence for an alternative without first understanding what you are departing from. The conventional case for the Great Pyramid's age is stronger than popular treatments of the subject typically acknowledge. This is worth saying clearly at the beginning of this part, because one of the rhetorical moves that alternative chronology arguments sometimes make is to present the official timeline as resting on flimsy or circumstantial evidence. A few hieroglyphics, some guesswork, the assumption that because the pyramid is in Egypt, it must have been built by Egyptians. This characterization is not accurate. The case for dating the Great Pyramid to the reign of Khufu, around 2560 BCE, is built from multiple independent lines of evidence that converge on the same conclusion. Understanding that case fully is essential for understanding what the alternative arguments are actually challenging and what they are not. It is also, as a matter of basic intellectual fairness, the right way to approach any contested question. If you want to understand whether an alternative chronology is compelling, you first need to understand what you are departing from. You need to know what the conventional case actually is, not the straw man version, not the simplified textbook version, but the real evidentiary case. Otherwise, you are not evaluating alternatives honestly. Let us begin with the documentary evidence. The written and inscribed records that place the construction of the Great Pyramid in the reign of a specific Egyptian pharaoh. Ancient Egypt was one of the most literate civilizations of the ancient world. The Egyptians inscribed everything: temple walls, tomb walls, papyrus, pottery, tools, building blocks. They kept administrative records of extraordinary detail, covering everything from royal expeditions to the rations distributed to workers at construction sites. When we say that the Great Pyramid was built by Khufu, we are not making a guess based on the pyramid's location or its general style. We are drawing on a body of written and inscribed evidence that places the construction at a specific time in a specific reign. The most famous of these is the relief chamber inscription. Above the king's chamber, the granite-lined room at the heart of the Great Pyramid that contains the sarcophagus, there are a series of narrow chambers whose function appears to be structural, to relieve the weight of the pyramid above from pressing directly down onto the roof of the king's chamber. These chambers were discovered by the explorer Howard Weiss in 1837, and in them he found inscriptions painted in red ochre on the stone blocks, the kind of working marks that quarry workers and construction crews used to identify blocks and track their delivery. Among these marks were what appear to be work gang names, short phrases combining a title with a royal name. One of these names has been read as a variant of Khufu, the name of the pharaoh, who is traditionally credited with building the Great Pyramid. The reading of this inscription has been disputed both by scholars who question Weiss's transcription methodology and by a small number of people who have suggested that Weiss himself added the inscriptions to secure his reputation as an explorer. The consensus view of Egyptologists is that the inscriptions are genuine and that they do indeed contain the name of Khufu. This is not the only piece of documentary evidence, but it is the most direct. A name in the building itself of the pharaoh the tradition says built it. Far more significant than the relief chamber inscriptions and much more recently discovered is the Mera papyrus. In 2013, archaeologists excavating at the ancient Red Sea port of Wadi al-Jarf, roughly 180 kilometers south of Suez, found a cache of papyrus documents in a sealed cave near the ancient harbor. The cave had been used for storage by workers associated with operations at Giza and had been sealed apparently deliberately at the end of the construction period. The papyri found inside include what appears to be the journal of an inspector named Mera, a middle-ranking official who was responsible for supervising a team of workers transporting building materials. Mera's journal records with specific dates in the Egyptian calendar his team's activities over several months. The entries describe transporting casing stone, the fine white limestone used for the outer surface of the pyramid, from the quarry at Tura across the Nile, and to a place the journal refers to as the horizon of Khufu. This phrase, horizon of Khufu, is understood by Egyptologists to be the name used during construction for what we now call the Great Pyramid. The journal also mentions a high official named Hancock, identified as the vizier, the chief administrator of the pharaoh Khufu. Hancock appears in other ancient Egyptian records as a member of the royal family in the reign of Khufu. The Mera papyrus is arguably the single most important piece of evidence for the conventional dating of the Great Pyramid, because it is a contemporary document, something written by someone who was actually involved in the construction process, during the construction process, recording specific activities with specific dates. It is the closest thing to a first-hand account of building the Great Pyramid that has been found. Egyptologists regard it as decisive confirmation of the conventional timeline. The third major category of documentary evidence is the workers' village. From the 1990s onward, Egyptian archaeologist Zahi Hawass excavated a large settlement site immediately south of the pyramid complex, at Giza. This site proved to be the remains of a substantial community of workers, the people who actually built the pyramid. The village included bakeries capable of producing large quantities of bread, breweries, medical facilities, administrative buildings, and a cemetery. The cemetery is particularly valuable because the skeletal remains of the workers show patterns of physical stress and healed injuries consistent with hard manual labor, and some skeletons show evidence of medical care, amputations that were performed and survived, injuries that were treated. The evidence from the workers' village paints a detailed picture of the construction project as a major state-organized enterprise involving thousands of skilled and semi-skilled workers who were fed, housed, and cared for by the state. This is not consistent with the enslaved workforce narrative that was popular in earlier accounts of pyramid construction. It suggests a workforce that was valued, supported, and probably serving in rotating shifts rather than being worked to death. The village evidence also provides material culture, pottery, tools, food remains, that can be dated using conventional archaeological methods, and the dates are consistent with the conventional timeline of Old Kingdom Egypt. Beyond the documentary and physical evidence directly associated with the construction, there is the broader framework of Egyptian historical chronology. Egyptian civilization is one of the best documented ancient civilizations in the world. The sequence of pharaohs, dynasties, and historical periods has been reconstructed from thousands of inscriptions, papyrus documents, temple reliefs, royal tombs, and administrative records spanning more than 3,000 years. The Old Kingdom, the period that produced the Giza pyramids, is placed within this sequence by a web of cross-references between different types of evidence. King lists that have been found inscribed in temples and tombs, which can be cross-checked against each other and against dated astronomical observations. Radiocarbon dates from organic materials found in sealed archaeological contexts, and the broader historical chronology of the ancient Near East. Let me also say something about what the conventional account does and does not claim, because it is worth being precise. The conventional account does not claim that the ancient Egyptians had no help, no sophisticated knowledge, or no understanding of astronomy and mathematics beyond what a simple agrarian society might possess. The Old Kingdom Egyptians were demonstrably sophisticated in geometry, astronomy, logistics, and large-scale project management. The claim is not that they achieved the impossible, it is that they achieved the very difficult, using methods that are broadly consistent with what we know about their culture, and that the evidence places this achievement in a specific historical period. The conventional account also does not require the dismissal of the pyramid's extraordinary precision. The alignment to true north within 0.06 degrees is genuinely remarkable. The flatness of the base. A survey in the 1920s found that the four corners of the base sit on a plane with a maximum deviation of about 2.1 centimeters across a base that is more than 230 meters on a side, is genuinely extraordinary. These achievements are not minimized by the conventional account. They are attributed to the application of sophisticated knowledge and great care by a state that was capable of mobilizing enormous resources for a project it regarded as essential. The radiocarbon dating of organic materials from the pyramid site itself, including pieces of wood, plant matter, and charcoal found embedded in the mortar between the pyramid stones, has produced dates that are broadly consistent with the conventional timeline. though with some scatter. A significant study in the 1990s produced dates that were slightly older than the conventional timeline would predict, in some cases by a few centuries, which some researchers have used as evidence for a slightly earlier date of construction. The mainstream interpretation is that the slightly older radiocarbon dates reflect the use of old wood or recycled timber in the construction, rather than an actual discrepancy in the construction date. This interpretation is debated, but it illustrates the complexity of using radiocarbon dating to address this specific question. The astronomical evidence within the mainstream framework is also worth examining, because it is sometimes confused with the alternative astronomical argument we will be examining in Parts 6 and 7. The Great Pyramid's four sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with extraordinary precision. The north-south axis deviates from true north by less than 0.06 degrees, and the east-west axis by a similar margin. This precision is remarkable given the tools available in 2560 BCE, and mainstream Egyptologists have developed several hypotheses about how it was achieved. The most widely accepted involves using the heliacal rising and setting of specific circumpolar stars, stars near the celestial North Pole that never set below the horizon, to establish the precise north-south line. The specific stars that would have been most useful for this purpose in 2560 BCE can be identified, and the method is consistent with the precision achieved. The alignment of the pyramid to the cardinal directions is thus not mysterious in the mainstream reading. It is the result of sophisticated astronomical observation, applied with great care to a construction project of the highest importance. The precision is evidence of the skill of the builders and the importance of the project, not evidence of technology beyond what was available in Old Kingdom Egypt. It is worth pausing here to notice something about the quality of the mainstream evidence, and about what it means to call evidence strong. Strong evidence is not the same as conclusive evidence. Strong evidence is evidence that would be very difficult to explain away without invoking something implausible or ad hoc. The Mera papyrus is strong evidence for the conventional dating of the Great Pyramid because it is a contemporary document, not a later account, not a tradition preserved across generations, but a journal written during the construction by someone involved in it. To argue that the Great Pyramid was built long before 2560 BCE, while accepting the authenticity of the Mera papyrus, you would need to argue that Khufu's workers were modifying or adding to a much older structure. That is possible, but it carries an explanatory burden that the conventional account does not. The case for 2560 BCE rests on a genuine first-hand contemporary document, the Mera papyrus, combined with physical evidence from the construction site itself, inscriptions in the building, material evidence from the workers who built it, and a broader chronological framework supported by thousands of independent data points from across Egyptian history. This is a strong case. It is not a case built on assumption or convenience. It is a case built on the kind of accumulated, cross-checked, independently corroborated evidence that is the basis of good historical knowledge. What the alternative chronology arguments are claiming is not that this evidence is fabricated or incompetent. No serious alternative chronologist argues that the Mera papyrus is a forgery, or that the workers' village doesn't exist. What they are claiming is that this evidence can be reconciled with a different timeline in one of two ways. Either there was an original, older structure on the site that was later modified or rebuilt by Khufu's workers, who left their evidence in the modification rather than in the original construction. Or the Giza complex as a whole is correctly dated, but the anomalies, the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure, the astronomical alignments, were produced by a civilization or period that predates the pyramid complex itself. Neither of these reconciliation strategies is obviously impossible. The first has some historical precedent in Egypt, where it is documented that later pharaohs built upon or modified existing structures. The second is speculative, but not incoherent. Understanding that the alternative arguments are reconciliation strategies, attempts to accommodate anomalous evidence within a framework that does not simply reject the mainstream evidence, is essential for evaluating them honestly. We have established what the conventional case looks like. In the next part of tonight's journey, we begin to look at the first anomaly, the one that started the alternative chronology argument in its modern form. But before we go there, let me add two more pieces of the mainstream picture that matter for the discussion ahead. The first concerns the development sequence visible across the pyramid field. The Great Pyramid at Giza is not the first pyramid. It is one of a long sequence of increasingly ambitious pyramid construction projects that began roughly a century earlier. The Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for the pharaoh Djoser, dates to approximately 2650 BCE and represents the first monumental stone structure in Egyptian history, a series of increasingly large mastabas stacked on top of each other, producing a stepped form that was clearly the precursor to the smooth-sided pyramid. From the Step Pyramid, the sequence runs through the Bent Pyramid and the Red Pyramid at Dashur, both built for Sneferu, Khufu's father, to the Great Pyramid itself. This developmental sequence is one of the strongest pieces of evidence for the conventional timeline. It shows pyramid construction not as a mysterious fait accompli, a complex appearing suddenly, fully formed without precedent, but as the end point of a learning process. The Bent Pyramid's distinctive shape, where the angle of the sides changes partway up the structure, is widely interpreted as evidence of the builders modifying the design mid-construction when the original angle proved too steep. The Red Pyramid, which immediately follows, achieves the smooth-sided form for the first time. The Great Pyramid perfects it. If the Great Pyramid were built by a civilization far older than Old Kingdom Egypt, this developmental sequence would need to be explained. Why would a civilization with the capacity to build the Great Pyramid leave behind evidence of a learning curve that appears to culminate in it? The mainstream answer, that the same civilization was genuinely developing its pyramid building techniques across 3 generations, is straightforwardly consistent with the evidence. The second additional piece concerns the pyramid's internal design. The Great Pyramid contains an intricate system of passages, chambers, and shafts, whose layout has been extensively studied and whose engineering is well understood in terms of the methods available in Old Kingdom Egypt. The ascending passage, the Grand Gallery, the King's Chamber with its relieving chambers above, the Queen's Chamber with its narrow shafts pointing towards specific stars. All of these features are consistent with Egyptian religious practice and funerary architecture of the Old Kingdom period. They are not anomalous in relation to Egyptian culture. They are the fullest and most ambitious expression of a tradition that is documented across hundreds of other tombs and temples from the same period. None of this proves the Great Pyramid was built in 2560 BCE, to the exclusion of all other possibilities. Proof is a strong standard, and history rarely achieves it. What it demonstrates is that the conventional timeline is not a convenient guess. It is the conclusion supported by the weight of the available evidence, assembled from multiple independent directions. The anomalies we are going to examine do not contradict this evidence. They exist alongside it. And that coexistence, the fact that both the mainstream evidence and the anomalies are real, is what makes the question so genuinely interesting. We have established what the conventional case looks like. In the next part of tonight's journey, we begin to look at the first anomaly. The Sphinx enclosure is not where most visitors to Giza spend their time, and that is, in retrospect, a significant oversight. Because it is where some of the most important physical evidence about the age of the monument complex is located. The Sphinx itself commands attention. The enormous face, the lion body, the sense of ancient presence. Tourists photograph it, walk along the viewing platform, and move on. The enclosure, the trench, cut into the limestone bedrock in which the Sphinx crouches, tends to be treated as merely the space around the monument, rather than as a monument in its own right. But the enclosure walls are where the first anomaly lives. Let us describe them carefully, because the specific character of the erosion on those walls is the entire basis of the geological argument, and it is important to be precise about what is being claimed and what is not. The enclosure is roughly U-shaped in plan, open to the east, where the Sphinx faces. The south, west, and north walls of the enclosure are the exposed limestone faces that were revealed when the trench was cut into the bedrock to free the Sphinx from the surrounding rock. These walls range in height from roughly 3 to 9 meters, depending on where you stand. They are made of the same Eocene limestone as the rest of the Giza Plateau, and they have been standing in the open air, exposed to whatever the Giza climate has thrown at them since the moment the cutting was done. The Eocene limestone of the Giza Plateau is not homogeneous. It was laid down in shallow marine conditions roughly 50 to 60 million years ago, and the different layers of the rock, laid down at different times under slightly different conditions, have different mineral compositions and different degrees of hardness. Some beds are dense and resistant, others are softer and more prone to weathering. This variability is important for the erosion argument, because the pattern of erosion on the enclosure walls must be interpreted in relation to the specific rock properties of each layer, not simply as a uniform response to a single weathering agent. The exposed rock faces of the Giza Plateau in general show a characteristic pattern of erosion. The surface is rough, pitted, and horizontally layered, the result of wind-driven sand abrading the stone over millennia. The harder layers of limestone resist the abrasion better than the softer ones, producing a scalloped or honeycomb texture in which the horizontal bedding planes of the rock are visible. This is wind and sand erosion, and it is consistent with the known history of the Giza region, a desert environment, subject to constant wind and blowing sand for most of the last several thousand years. The walls of the Sphinx enclosure show something different. On the lower portions of the enclosure walls, the sections closest to the floor of the trench, the erosion pattern is not horizontal, it is vertical. The surface is marked by deep, rounded channels running from top to bottom, undulating vertical grooves that undercut the harder layers of stone and leave projecting ledges of more resistant material between them. This pattern of deep, vertical rilling, geologists call it spalling or case-hardening erosion in its rainfall-driven form, is produced not by wind and sand, but by water running down the face of exposed stone over a prolonged period. The distinction between wind erosion and water erosion in exposed limestone is well established in geology. Wind erosion is horizontal. It attacks the softer layers between the harder beds and produces a scalloped profile that respects the horizontal stratification of the rock. Water erosion is predominantly vertical. Rain falling on the top of an exposed face runs down it, finds the weakest points in the stone, and over time carves the kind of deep, vertical channels that geologists recognize as characteristic of rainfall weathering on limestone. The specific terminology for the kind of vertical rilling that Schoch observed on the Sphinx enclosure walls is precipitation-induced weathering, a category of erosion that is well documented in limestone landscapes around the world. Karst topography, the distinctive landscapes produced by water-dissolving limestone over long periods, shows exactly the kind of vertical channeling that Schoch describes. The difference is that karst landscapes form over millions of years in environments with regular rainfall, while the Sphinx enclosure has been in a desert environment for most of the period that matters. For the enclosure walls to show precipitation, induced weathering at the scale Schoch documents, the precipitation that caused it must have fallen at a specific time in the past. The enclosure walls of the Sphinx show vertical weathering on a scale and depth that is inconsistent with the relatively dry conditions that have prevailed on the Giza Plateau for most of the period since the monument was supposedly carved. This is the core of the geological claim. It is not mystical. It is not exotic. It is a reading of a specific physical feature of a specific rock face, using standard geological methods applied to a well-understood category of weathering evidence. The person who developed this reading into a formal argument and who brought it to broad public attention is Robert Schoch, a geologist and professor at Boston University who specializes in stratigraphy and rock weathering. Schoch first visited Giza in 1990 at the invitation of John Anthony West, an alternative history researcher who had been developing the rain erosion hypothesis based on earlier work by the philosopher and mathematician R.A. Schwaller de Lubitsch. Schoch spent time examining the enclosure walls directly and concluded that the weathering profile he observed was inconsistent with wind erosion and consistent with prolonged water erosion. Schoch presented his findings at the 1992 annual meeting of the Geological Society of America, where his talk generated considerable discussion and a direct confrontation with Egyptologist James Romano and geologist James Harrell, who disputed his conclusions on the spot. This public debate is worth noting because it illustrates why the question is genuinely contested rather than simply ignored. Schoch's argument was engaged with professionally by people with relevant expertise, not dismissed without examination. He subsequently published his analysis in peer-reviewed geological literature and in several books aimed at a general audience. His core argument is this: the depth and character of the water erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls implies a period of sustained, heavy rainfall that is inconsistent with the climate conditions of the Giza region since at least 5000 BCE. To find a period of sufficient rainfall in the paleoclimatic record of Egypt, you need to go back to the period known as the African Humid Period, which ended in the Giza region roughly 5,000 to 7,000 years ago, or further back still to the wetter conditions of the early Holocene, following the end of the last ice age. If Schoch is correct, the Sphinx enclosure was cut, and therefore the Sphinx was carved, before the rainfall that produced the erosion had stopped, which means the Sphinx predates 5000 BCE at the latest, which means the Sphinx is at least 7,000 years old and possibly considerably older. To put that in context, 7,000 years old would place the carving of the Sphinx at roughly 5000 BCE, which is at least 1500 years before the earliest period of recognizable Egyptian civilization. The conventional date places the Sphinx at approximately 2500 BCE. Schoch's minimum estimate adds at least 2,500 years to that date. His preferred estimate, based on what he regards as the full depth of the erosion, pushes the date back further, to 7,000 BCE or beyond. This is a significant claim. Let us examine it carefully. The geological argument rests on two premises. First, that the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls is indeed produced by rainfall rather than by some other mechanism. And second, that the paleoclimatic record of the Giza region accurately establishes when such rainfall occurred and when it stopped. On the first premise, Schoch's identification of the enclosure wall erosion as rainfall driven, is the most technically contested part of his argument. Several Egyptologists and geologists have disputed it, arguing that other mechanisms could produce similar patterns. One alternative proposed is that the erosion was produced by subsurface water seeping through the limestone and emerging at the face of the enclosure walls, rather than by rainfall directly. This is a legitimate geological mechanism. Groundwater seepage can produce significant erosion in limestone, and the Giza Plateau is known to have a water table that has varied over the centuries. Another alternative is that the erosion reflects the differential hardness of the limestone layers rather than the direction of the weathering agent, that harder and softer beds erode differently under wind and sand in ways that could mimic the vertical profile Schoch describes. Schoch has responded to these alternative explanations in detail. His response to the subsurface water hypothesis is that the pattern of erosion is inconsistent with what groundwater seepage typically produces: the spatial distribution of the erosion, the depth and continuity of the vertical channels, and the correspondence between the degree of erosion and the height of the enclosure walls all suggest surface falling water rather than emerging groundwater. His response to the differential hardness hypothesis is that the actual hardness profile of the limestone in the enclosure does not correspond to the pattern of erosion in the way that hypothesis would predict. The geological debate is genuinely technical, and it has not been definitively resolved in the 30-plus years since Schoch first presented his argument. The majority of geologists who have commented on the question have not found Schoch's argument fully persuasive, but the majority position has also not produced a comprehensive alternative explanation that accounts for all the features of the enclosure wall erosion that Schoch documents. The debate is ongoing. On the second premise, the paleoclimatic record, the evidence is considerably more robust. The climate history of Egypt in the late Pleistocene and Holocene is well studied, and the broad outlines are not seriously disputed. The African humid period, during which the Sahara was substantially wetter than today, supporting grasslands, lakes, and rivers in areas that are now barren desert, is documented by lake sediment records, pollen analyses, cave deposits, and the remains of now dry river channels visible from satellite imagery. It ended in different parts of North Africa at different times between roughly 8,000 and 4,000 years ago. In the Giza region specifically, the end of the wet period is not precisely established, but it is broadly consistent with the end of the African humid period in North Africa generally, somewhere in the range of 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. This means that the paleoclimatic case for placing rainfall-producing erosion at Giza before 5000 BCE is on reasonably solid ground, even if the geological case for the erosion being rainfall-driven remains contested. What this means for the overall argument is that if Schoch's geological reading is correct, the paleoclimatic framework required to make sense of it is available and consistent. The two halves of the argument fit together. The question is whether the first half, the geological reading, is correct. We are going to spend the next part of tonight's journey examining that question in more detail. The specific Egyptological counter-arguments, what the alternative geological explanations look like in practice, and what would be needed to resolve the debate definitively. But I want to close this part with one observation about what makes the erosion argument different in kind from most alternative history claims about ancient monuments. Most alternative history arguments about ancient monuments are difficult to evaluate because they depend on interpretations of ambiguous evidence. The meaning of an inscription, the symbolism of an architectural layout, the supposed relationship between a monument and a star map. These interpretations can be disputed endlessly because they are not empirically constrained in any obvious way. The erosion argument is different. It is an argument about a physical fact, the pattern of weathering on a specific rock face that can, in principle, be evaluated by any geologist with appropriate expertise and direct access to the stone. It is falsifiable in a way that most alternative history arguments are not. If Schoch is wrong, it should be possible to demonstrate that he is wrong by showing that the erosion pattern is consistent with mechanisms other than rainfall. The fact that this demonstration has not been convincingly made after more than 30 years of debate is itself worth noting. It does not prove Schoch is right, but it suggests that the erosion argument is not as easy to dismiss as the mainstream response sometimes implies. There is one more dimension of the erosion argument worth examining before we move on, and it concerns the Sphinx's body versus the Sphinx's head. The body of the Sphinx, carved from the limestone bedrock of the enclosure floor, shows the same deep vertical weathering that characterizes the enclosure walls. This is consistent with Schoch's argument. If the enclosure walls were exposed to rainfall, so was the body of the Sphinx, and both should show similar erosion patterns. The head of the Sphinx, however, shows different weathering, more consistent with the wind and sand erosion pattern that characterizes the surrounding plateau. This observation has been used in two different ways. Schoch and West have argued that the difference in erosion between the head and the body suggests that the head was recarved at a later date, that the original Sphinx may have had a different head, perhaps the head of a lion, which was later modified into the human face we see today. The conventional view is that the head's different erosion pattern simply reflects the fact that it projects above the enclosure walls and has therefore been exposed to different weathering conditions, more wind and sand, less rain pooling. The recarved head hypothesis is striking, and it has attracted significant attention in alternative history circles. It is also difficult to evaluate definitively from surface observation alone. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the Sphinx have revealed subsurface features that some researchers have interpreted as evidence of earlier carving beneath the current form, but the interpretation of these surveys is contested. The head is disproportionately small relative to the body, a ratio that many sculptors have noted as unusual, which is consistent with recarving of an originally larger head, but is not conclusive evidence of it. The different erosion patterns on the head and body are a real observation. What they mean remains genuinely uncertain. Let me also say something about the scale of the claim Schoch is making, because it is worth being clear about the implications. If the Sphinx was carved before 5000 BCE, then whoever carved it lived more than 2,000 years before the conventional beginning of Egyptian civilization. There are no written records from that period. There are no known monuments of comparable scale. The archaeological record of the Giza region in 5000 BCE shows small farming communities, not a society capable of organizing the labor and planning required to carve a monument roughly 70 meters long and 20 meters high from solid bedrock. This is the fundamental objection to Schoch's argument from the archaeological side. Even if the geological evidence is correct, the historical and archaeological evidence shows no society in the Giza region at the required date that could have built it. The erosion on this view may require a reinterpretation of the paleoclimatic data or the geological mechanisms, rather than a reinterpretation of the history of human civilization. Schoch's response is that the absence of archaeological evidence is not the same as evidence of absence, that a sophisticated society existing 10,000 years ago may simply not have left the kind of durable trace that archaeology can find, especially if much of its activity was in coastal or riverine areas that are now underwater due to sea level rise. This is a response we will develop in much more detail in part 15 of tonight's journey. For now, standing at the edge of the Sphinx enclosure, looking at those walls in the dark, let us hold the question lightly and register what it feels like to stand in front of physical evidence that does not obviously fit the story you were told about the place you are standing in. The walls are very old. Whatever made those marks made them a long time ago. And in the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to look at the strongest version of the argument for what that something was and when. Let us go deeper into the geological argument, because the surface level version of it, rain erosion, old date, end of story, does not do justice to the specific observations and the specific reasoning that makes the argument worth taking seriously. This part is going to be technical in places, not because the argument requires technical knowledge to understand, but because the evidence it rests on is genuinely specific, and understanding why the argument is compelling requires understanding what specifically was observed and why it matters. In Part 3, we established the basic claim. The Sphinx enclosure walls show vertical weathering that Schoch interprets as the product of prolonged rainfall, and the paleoclimatic record of Egypt suggests that the required rainfall has not fallen on the Giza Plateau for at least 5,000 to 7,000 years. In this part, we are going to examine the evidence behind that claim more carefully. The specific observations Schoch makes, the methodology he uses, the specific numbers he arrives at, and the range of uncertainty he himself acknowledges. Understanding the argument in this level of detail is important for two reasons. First, because the popular presentations of the Sphinx water erosion hypothesis often simplify it in ways that make it seem either more certain than it is, or more easily dismissed than it is. The actual argument is more careful and more hedged than the version that circulates in YouTube thumbnails and popular books. Second, because understanding the argument in detail is the only way to evaluate the counter-arguments fairly. And we are going to spend the next part examining those counter-arguments. Schoch's methodology is worth describing in some detail before we get to his conclusions, because it is often characterized in popular treatments as little more than an impression. A geologist looking at rock and saying it looks like rain erosion. The actual methodology is considerably more systematic than that. Schoch's methodology begins with standard geological field observation. He examined the enclosure walls directly, at close range and under different lighting conditions. He photographed the erosion features systematically. He took note of the specific positions on the enclosure walls where different weathering patterns occurred, and how those patterns related to the known properties of the limestone beds at each position. The first specific observation Schoch makes is about the depth of the weathering. The erosion on the lower portions of the enclosure walls is not superficial. It penetrates centimeters to tens of centimeters into the stone, producing cavities and channels of significant depth. Schoch argues that this depth of penetration is inconsistent with the relatively short period, roughly 4,500 years since Khufu's reign, during which the walls have supposedly been exposed. To produce weathering of this depth in a desert environment with the Giza region's documented low annual rainfall, Schoch argues, would require either a much longer period of exposure or a much wetter climate during some part of the exposure period. The second specific observation concerns the spatial distribution of the weathering. The deepest and most pronounced weathering on the enclosure walls is concentrated on the lower portions of the walls, particularly below features that would have channeled water downward in a rainfall scenario. Overhanging ledges, protruding courses of harder stone, areas where water would have been concentrated and directed as it ran down the face. This spatial distribution is consistent with what you would expect from rainfall-driven erosion, where water accumulates and runs faster in specific channels, producing deeper erosion at the points of greatest flow. The third observation concerns the relationship between the erosion on the enclosure walls and the erosion on the body of the Sphinx itself. The body of the Sphinx shows similar vertical weathering to the enclosure walls, the same deep rilling, the same undercutting of harder layers, the same general character of the erosion. The head of the Sphinx, as we noted in Part 3, shows different weathering, more consistent with wind and sand erosion. This relationship between the weathering of the body and the enclosure walls is exactly what you would expect if both were exposed to rainfall at the same time, since they are both part of the same continuous surface of bedrock. Schoch's estimate of the date range implied by this evidence is presented as a range rather than a precise date, which is appropriate given the uncertainties involved. His minimum estimate, the earliest date at which the erosion could plausibly have been produced, is roughly 5000 BCE. His preferred estimate, based on what he regards as the full depth and character of the erosion, is somewhere in the range of 7000 to 10,000 BCE. His maximum estimate, if the erosion reflects the earliest period of post-glacial rainfall in the region, could push the date back even further. To frame what those dates mean, 7000 BCE is before the invention of writing. It is before the development of the first Mesopotamian city-states. It is several thousand years before the earliest known period of pre-dynastic Egyptian culture. 10,000 BCE is roughly the beginning of the Holocene, the geological epoch we currently inhabit, and coincides with the end of the last ice age and the beginning of the dramatic sea level rise that would reshape coastal landscapes across the world over the following millennia. These are not just different centuries from the conventional date. They are different epochs of human existence. These estimates are grounded in the paleoclimatic record of Egypt, which we need to examine in some detail. The climate history of what is now the Sahara Desert is one of the more remarkable stories in quaternary science. Roughly 12,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, the northern hemisphere climate began a rapid shift. The ice sheets that had covered large areas of North America and Europe began to melt. Sea levels rose. Global atmospheric circulation patterns changed, and parts of the world that had been extremely dry during the glacial maximum became significantly wetter. In the Sahara, this shift produced what geologists and climatologists call the African humid period, sometimes informally called the Green Sahara, which lasted, in different parts of the continent, from roughly 12,000 to 5,000 years ago. During this period, what is now barren desert was covered in grasslands, dotted with lakes and rivers that no longer exist, and inhabited by populations of animals and people who have left their traces in the rock art and archaeological sites of the now dry Sahara. The African humid period is not a fringe hypothesis or a contested finding. It is one of the best documented episodes of quaternary climate change, supported by independent evidence from multiple continents and multiple disciplines. The same shift in global atmospheric circulation that produced wetter conditions in the Sahara also produced changes in monsoon patterns across Asia, shifts in the distribution of vegetation in Europe and the Americas, and changes in sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. It is a global event of the first order, with regional manifestations that have been studied in detail across North Africa. The evidence for the Green Sahara is extensive and varied. Lake sediment cores from lake beds that are now dry record layers of organic material, pollen, algae, insect remains that indicate periods of standing water. Cave deposits in areas of the Sahara that are now completely arid show speleothem formations, stalactites and stalagmites, that form only in the presence of regular dripping water. Fossil river channels visible in satellite imagery show drainage networks that once carried substantial volumes of water across landscapes that receive essentially no rain today. Rock paintings and engravings at sites across the Sahara depict hippopotamuses, crocodiles and cattle in landscapes that could not support such animals now. For the Giza region specifically, the paleoclimatic picture is somewhat more complex than the broad green Sahara story suggests. The Giza Plateau is in the northern part of the Sahara, and the northern Sahara received less of the rainfall associated with the African humid period than the central and western parts of the continent. The rainfall pattern during the humid period was driven primarily by the enhanced African monsoon, a shift in the seasonal rain system that brought more rainfall to the Sahel and the southern Sahara than it brought to Egypt. The paleoclimatic data for the Giza region suggests that the area did experience significantly more rainfall than today during the late Pleistocene and early Holocene, the period from roughly 12,000 to 7,000 years ago. But that the rainfall was probably not as dramatic in this region as it was further south and west. The transition back to dry conditions in the Giza area appears to have occurred gradually, with the last period of significant sustained rainfall ending somewhere in the range of 5,000 to 7,000 years ago. This is the paleoclimatic framework that Schoch uses to ground his geological argument. If the Sphinx enclosure walls show rainfall erosion, and the Giza region's last significant rainfall occurred between 5,000 and 7,000 years ago, then the Sphinx was carved before that rainfall, more than 5,000 years ago at the minimum, and possibly considerably earlier. Schoch is careful in his published work to acknowledge the specific uncertainties in this estimate. He acknowledges that the amount of erosion produced by a given period of rainfall depends on many factors beyond the total rainfall: the intensity of individual rainfall events, the seasonal distribution of rain, the specific properties of the limestone at each exposed location, and the degree to which the enclosure has been sheltered by accumulated sand at different periods in its history. The enclosure has been completely filled with sand for long periods. It was cleared by the Egyptian Antiquities Service in the 19th century. And sand accumulation would have protected the lower portions of the walls from wind erosion, while leaving them exposed to any water that seeped down through the overlying sand. This last point is one of the reasons the subsurface water hypothesis is taken seriously as an alternative explanation for the vertical weathering. If water has percolated down through the accumulated sand and saturated the lower portions of the enclosure walls for extended periods, it could have produced vertical weathering without any surface rainfall at all. Schoch's response is that the pattern and character of the erosion he documents is more consistent with running surface water than with diffuse groundwater saturation. That the specific form of the channels, their depth profile, and their spatial distribution all suggest water running down the face, rather than water seeping through it from behind. There is also a question about the restoration work that has been done on the Sphinx over the centuries, which complicates the erosion analysis in ways that are worth acknowledging. The Sphinx has been repeatedly restored. Blocks of limestone added to its body, repairs made to its face, the enclosure cleared and partially refilled at various periods of Egyptian history. Some of these restorations are ancient. The New Kingdom pharaoh, Thutmose IV, recorded clearing the Sphinx from the sand and restoring it, and restoration blocks from many different periods have been identified on the body. The restoration history means that not all of the stone surface visible today is the original carved bedrock. Some of it is repair material added over the centuries. This complicates the erosion analysis because the restoration blocks may show different weathering patterns from the original bedrock, and distinguishing between original and restored surfaces requires careful examination. Schoch is aware of this complication and addresses it by focusing his erosion analysis primarily on the enclosure walls, which are original bedrock, not restoration material, rather than on the body of the Sphinx itself, which has been more extensively modified. This focus on the enclosure walls rather than on the Sphinx body, is one of the more methodologically careful aspects of his approach. The debate at this level of technical detail is genuinely difficult for a non-specialist to evaluate, which is part of why it has persisted for more than 30 years without resolution. Both Schoch's observations and his critics' responses require specialist geological knowledge to assess accurately. The honest conclusion for a careful non-specialist is that Schoch has identified a real feature of the Sphinx enclosure that requires explanation, that his rainfall explanation is the most developed and most systematically argued explanation available, and that the counter-explanations have not fully accounted for all the features he documents. Let me close this part by addressing a question that comes up frequently in discussions of the water erosion hypothesis. Why has a geologist of Schoch's credentials not been able to persuade the mainstream geological community? The answer is not simple, and it is not fully explained by the suppression narrative that some alternative history writers have advanced. Several things are true simultaneously. First, the Sphinx enclosure is not a typical geological field site. Access is controlled by the Egyptian government, and systematic research requires permits that are not easily obtained. The body of researchers who have done extensive direct examination of the enclosure walls is small, and the range of independent assessments is narrower than would be ideal for a question of this significance. Second, the argument sits at the intersection of geology and Egyptology in a way that creates institutional friction. Geologists who might find the erosion argument technically interesting tend to defer to Egyptologists on questions of ancient history. Egyptologists who are confident about the conventional dating of the Sphinx tend to dismiss the geological evidence without engaging with it in detail. The expertise required to evaluate both halves of the argument simultaneously, the geology of limestone weathering and the archaeology of ancient Egypt, is rare, and the specialists who possess it have largely lined up on the conventional side. Third, the argument has been associated, through West, and later through Graham Hancock, with a broader alternative history agenda that most professional scholars find methodologically objectionable. This association has made it easier to dismiss the geological argument without engaging with it on its own terms, which is intellectually unfortunate since the validity of the geological observation does not depend on the validity of the broader civilizational claims that have been attached to it. Schoch himself has consistently tried to keep the geological argument separate from the more speculative claims about lost civilizations. His position is that the data shows what it shows, and that the question of what society was capable of carving the Sphinx in 7000 BCE is a separate question from whether the geological evidence indicates that the carving occurred at that date. That separation is methodologically correct, and it is the approach tonight's investigation is also going to try to maintain. Let me add one more element to the geological argument before we move on, because it concerns a piece of evidence that Schoch has developed further in more recent work, and that is less well known than the enclosure wall erosion. Schoch has also examined the seismic profile of the bedrock beneath the Sphinx and its enclosure, using the results of ground-penetrating radar and seismic refraction surveys conducted at Giza in the 1990s by a team including geophysicist Thomas Dobecki. The surveys revealed patterns of subsurface weathering in the bedrock below the enclosure floor that Schoch interprets as evidence of deep penetration of weathering agents into the rock over a prolonged period. Specifically, the depth of weathering below the floor of the Sphinx enclosure appears to be greater on the west and south sides of the enclosure than on the east side, a pattern that Schoch argues is consistent with the prevailing direction of rainfall-bearing winds in the Giza region during the wetter period he proposes. This subsurface evidence is less well known than the surface erosion argument, partly because it requires specialist equipment and expertise to evaluate, and partly because it was not part of Schoch's original 1992 presentation. It adds another dimension to the geological case, and it is another instance of evidence that the counter-argument needs to account for. Whether the subsurface weathering pattern actually reflects what Schoch argues, or whether it reflects other geological processes unrelated to surface rainfall, is a question that requires more systematic survey data than has been made publicly available. In the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to look at the Egyptological counter-argument, the mainstream response to Schoch's claim, what specific objections it raises, and what it does and does not succeed in explaining. Because understanding why the mainstream has not accepted Schoch's argument is as important as understanding why the argument is worth taking seriously. The mainstream response to Schoch's argument is not a single, unified position. It is worth noting, before we examine the specific counter-arguments, that the mainstream response has evolved somewhat since 1992. In the early years after Schoch's presentation, the dominant response from Egyptologists was dismissal rather than engagement. The attitude that the geological argument could not be correct because it contradicted everything else they knew about the timeline of Egyptian civilization. Over the subsequent decades, as the geological argument has become more widely known, and as other anomalies in the conventional timeline have accumulated, the mainstream response has become somewhat more engaged, though still largely unconvinced. It is a collection of objections, some geological and some archaeological, that together form a substantial case against the alternative chronology interpretation of the Sphinx enclosure erosion. Understanding these objections fully is essential for forming an honest assessment of where the evidence actually stands. Because the alternative chronology argument only deserves to be taken seriously if it can account for the mainstream response, and it should only be accepted if the mainstream response fails to account adequately for the anomalies Schoch documents. It is also worth noting what a genuine engagement with a counter-argument looks like versus what a dismissal looks like. A genuine engagement examines the specific evidence on both sides, identifies what each explanation accounts for and what it leaves unexplained, and arrives at a conclusion based on the balance of explanatory power. A dismissal substitutes authority for argument. Tonight's investigation is trying to do the former. Let us work through the major counter-arguments. The first and most important is the geological counter-argument, that the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls can be explained by mechanisms other than rainfall, without requiring any departure from the conventional timeline. The most developed geological counter-argument comes from Lal Ghauri, a geologist who studied the Sphinx enclosure in the 1990s, and concluded that the erosion pattern could be explained by a process called salt weathering. Salt weathering occurs when soluble salts within the rock matrix dissolve in moisture, whether from rainfall, humidity, or groundwater, and then recrystallize as the moisture evaporates. The expansion of salt crystals as they recrystallize exerts mechanical pressure on the surrounding rock, eventually causing the rock to fracture and spall. In limestone with the specific mineral composition of the Giza Plateau rock, this process can produce surface textures that resemble rainfall erosion, including vertical channeling and undercutting of harder layers. Ghauri's salt weathering hypothesis has some important things in its favor. Salt weathering is a well-documented and commonly observed process in arid and semi-arid limestone environments. The Giza Plateau rock is known to contain soluble salts, and there are documented examples of salt weathering on other limestone surfaces at Giza and at other Egyptian sites, and the process does not require significant rainfall. It can operate with the relatively small amounts of dew, humidity, and occasional light rainfall that the Giza region experiences today. The problem with the salt weathering hypothesis as a complete explanation is that salt weathering typically produces a specific surface texture, a kind of granular crumbling or honeycomb pitting that is distinguishable from the deep vertical channels that Schoch documents on the lower portions of the enclosure walls. Schoch has argued that what he observes on the enclosure walls is not consistent with salt weathering alone, and that the depth and continuity of the vertical channels requires a mechanism that can deliver large volumes of water moving at some speed over the rock surface, which is to say, rainfall. The debate between the rainfall hypothesis and the salt weathering hypothesis has not been definitively resolved, partly because the two mechanisms can produce overlapping surface textures, and partly because both processes may have contributed to the erosion at different points in the enclosure's exposure history. A comprehensive analysis that systematically mapped the specific erosion textures at each location on the enclosure walls, compared them with the predicted textures for each mechanism, and accounted for the specific mineralogical properties of the rock at each location, would be needed to distinguish between them definitively. This analysis has not been performed. It is also worth noting that the salt weathering hypothesis does not simply eliminate the need for unusual past conditions. For salt weathering to produce the depth of erosion, Schoch documents within the conventional timeline of roughly 4,500 years. The salt concentration in the rock and the moisture availability would have to be significantly higher than the current Giza environment provides. The salt weathering hypothesis may explain the character of the erosion without requiring rainfall, but it still requires conditions that differ from those prevailing today. The second counter-argument is the wind erosion hypothesis, which we touched on in Part 3. Some geologists have argued that the dominant erosion mechanism on the Sphinx enclosure walls is indeed wind-driven sand abrasion, and that the apparent vertical channels are the result of differential erosion of harder and softer layers of limestone by this mechanism rather than of rainfall. Schoch's response to the wind erosion hypothesis involves two main points. First, the orientation of the enclosure walls means that the dominant wind direction at Giza, predominantly from the north and northwest, would produce erosion on the north and west walls of the enclosure, but would largely shelter the south wall. But the south wall of the enclosure shows similar vertical erosion to the north and west walls, which is inconsistent with a wind erosion explanation and consistent with a rainfall explanation where water falls from above regardless of wind direction. Second, the specific depth and form of the vertical channels at the base of the enclosure walls, where wind would be least effective, blocked by the floor of the enclosure and any accumulated sand, is more consistent with running water than with wind-driven abrasion. The third counter-argument is not geological but archaeological, and it is in some ways the most fundamental challenge to Schoch's position. The challenge is simple. If the Sphinx was carved between 7,000 and 10,000 BCE, who carved it? This question is sometimes posed rhetorically, as if the absence of a ready answer is by itself sufficient to refute the geological argument. It is not. The absence of a known builder civilization does not prove that no builder civilization existed, any more than the absence of a direct inscription on the Great Pyramid disproves the Mira papyrus's evidence for Khufu. But the question does point to a genuine and serious tension. The geological argument implies a historical reality for which no archaeological evidence exists. The archaeological record of the Giza region in that period shows no society capable of such an undertaking. The earliest known settled communities in Egypt date to roughly 6,000 BCE, and they are small agricultural villages, not organized states capable of mobilizing the labor, planning, and technical expertise required to carve a monument 70 meters long and 20 meters tall from solid bedrock. the earliest period of complex stratified Egyptian society, the pre-dynastic period, begins around 4000 BCE. The Old Kingdom, which produced the pyramids, begins around 2700 BCE. To place the carving of the Sphinx at 7000 BCE or earlier is to propose a society capable of major monumental construction more than 3000 years before any known evidence of such capability exists in Egypt or anywhere in the near vicinity. This is not a small gap. It is a gap of millennia during which no trace of the proposed builder civilization has been found. Schoch's response to the archaeological objection is twofold. The first part of the response is to note that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, that the failure to find a builder civilization in the archaeological record does not prove that no such civilization existed. The second and more developed part of the response is the sea level rise argument, that much of the evidence for sophisticated human activity in the period between 10,000 and 7,000 BCE may be underwater, drowned by the dramatic sea level rise that followed the end of the last ice age. During the last glacial maximum, sea levels were roughly 120 to 130 meters lower than today. In the 10,000 years following the end of the ice age, this enormous body of water was restored to the world's oceans as the ice sheets melted. Coastal areas that were once habitable and where the earliest human settlements tended to concentrate because rivers and coastlines offer better access to food and water than inland areas, were progressively inundated. If sophisticated human communities were living on these coastal plains at the time the Sphinx was supposedly carved, their settlements and their traces would now be at the bottom of the sea. This argument has a certain plausibility. The drowning of low-lying coastal areas during the post-glacial sea level rise is not in dispute, but it has limitations as a response to the archaeological objection. The Giza Plateau is not a coastal area. It is roughly 15 kilometers from what was once the Nile River and considerably further from the coast. A society capable of carving the Sphinx at Giza would have to have been operating inland, and its traces should not have been drowned by sea level rise. The archaeological argument would need to show that a sophisticated society was present and active specifically in the inland area around Giza between 10,000 and 7,000 BCE, and no such evidence has been found. The fourth counter-argument concerns the relationship between the Sphinx and the causeway system of the Giza pyramid complex. The Sphinx is connected to the Pyramid of Khafra by a causeway and a valley temple, a system of architectural features that links the Sphinx to the Fourth Dynasty complex in a way that mainstream Egyptologists argue indicates contemporary construction. The Valley Temple of Khafra, which sits adjacent to the Sphinx enclosure, is built of large limestone blocks that show erosion patterns similar to those on the Sphinx enclosure walls, a fact that Schoch and West have used as additional evidence for an older date, arguing that the temple was built using blocks cut from the enclosure. Mainstream Egyptologists argue instead that the Valley Temple is a Fourth Dynasty construction, and that the apparent erosion on its blocks reflects the same climatic conditions as the enclosure walls. The architectural connection between the Sphinx and the Khafra complex is a genuine challenge to the alternative chronology, because it suggests that whoever built the Sphinx was also involved with the Fourth Dynasty pyramid complex in some way. The most coherent version of the alternative chronology has to account for this connection, either by arguing that the Fourth Dynasty builders incorporated an older monument into their complex, or by arguing that the architectural connections are misleading in some way. The fifth counter-argument is perhaps the most straightforward. The Sphinx has a face that most Egyptologists believe represents the pharaoh Khafra, whose pyramid sits immediately behind it. Portrait statues of Khafra from the 4th dynasty show a face with similar proportions to the Sphinx, and the Sphinx's placement in relation to the Khafra pyramid complex would make little sense if the Sphinx were not associated with Khafre. The alternative chronology proponents respond that the Sphinx's face has been substantially recarved and may not represent its original features, which they argue may have been those of a lion rather than a human pharaoh. The disproportionate size of the head relative to the body is cited as evidence of recarving. A head that was originally larger in the proportions appropriate to a lion was carved down to a smaller human head, producing the unusual ratio we see today. This recarving hypothesis is speculative. It has not been confirmed by any direct physical evidence. The claim that the original Sphinx had a lion's head rests primarily on the proportional argument rather than on any subsurface examination of the monument. Some scholars also argue that the current proportions, while unusual, are not inconsistent with Old Kingdom artistic conventions. That a pharaonic head on a lion body was simply a stylistic choice rather than a reduced and reworked original. Let me also address a counter-argument that operates at a different level from the geological and archaeological ones, the statistical and demographic argument. Some researchers who have examined the alternative chronology have pointed out that even if the Sphinx were older than 2500 BCE, the gap between the conventional date and Schoch's minimum estimate of 5000 BCE is only about 2,500 years. A long time by human standards, but not an enormous gap in terms of the history of human civilization. The radical implication of Schoch's argument comes with his preferred estimate of 7,000 to 10,000 BCE, which places the Sphinx at the end of the Ice Age. But the evidence for the 7,000 to 10,000 BCE estimate is more uncertain than the evidence for simply saying the Sphinx is older than Khufu. This is a fair point about the evidentiary gradient in Schoch's argument. The case for the Sphinx being somewhat older than 2,500 BCE, perhaps 5,000 BCE, is stronger than the case for the Sphinx being radically older. The depth of the erosion, the rate at which limestone weathers under various conditions, and the paleoclimatic data all have uncertainties that widen as the proposed date is pushed further back. A date of 5000 BCE would be anomalous relative to the conventional timeline, but it would not require a completely unknown civilization. It would only require that the Egyptian cultural tradition reaches back further than the written record documents. The distinction between a moderately older Sphinx, 5000 BCE, and a radically older Sphinx, 10,000 BCE, is sometimes lost in popular treatments of the alternative chronology, which tend to jump straight to the most dramatic version of the claim. Schoch himself prefers the more dramatic date, and he has argued for it consistently. But the honest presentation of his argument acknowledges that the minimum version of the claim, the Sphinx is older than Khufu, is on stronger evidentiary ground than the maximum version. There is also a sixth counter-argument worth addressing: the claim that the lack of any other monument of comparable ambition in the period Schoch proposes makes the idea of a sophisticated builder civilization implausible. This argument has been weakened significantly by the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, the T-shaped pillar complex in southeastern Turkey that dates to approximately 11,000 to 9,000 BCE, overlapping with Schoch's preferred date range for the Sphinx. Göbekli Tepe demonstrates that organized monumental construction was possible in the late Pleistocene and early Holocene, before the development of agriculture and settled urban life. It has forced a revision of the assumption that complex society required agriculture, and it has made the idea of sophisticated pre-agricultural societies slightly less implausible than it seemed before its discovery. Göbekli Tepe does not prove that a society capable of carving the Sphinx existed in the Giza region at 10,000 BCE. But it does demonstrate that the capacity for organized monumental construction existed somewhere in the world at that date, which partially answers the archaeological objection that such capacity was impossible. Taken together, the counter-arguments form a substantial case. The geological alternatives, salt weathering, wind erosion, are not fully convincing as complete explanations for all the features Schoch documents, but they are genuine mechanisms that may account for some of what is observed. The archaeological objection is powerful and has not been satisfactorily answered. The architectural connections between the Sphinx and the Khafra complex are real and require explanation. The honest position after examining both the argument and the counter-arguments is that the question is genuinely open. Schoch has identified anomalies that the mainstream has not fully explained. The mainstream has identified problems with the alternative chronology that Schoch has not fully resolved. The debate is ongoing, serious, and not decided. This is, in itself, a significant finding. The rain erosion argument is not a fringe claim that has been decisively refuted by mainstream science. It is a contested interpretation of real physical evidence, argued by a credentialed geologist, that has been debated seriously for more than 30 years, without reaching a consensus resolution. That does not make it correct. But it does mean that anyone who wants to dismiss it needs to do more than simply assert that the conventional timeline is correct. And the first of the two evidential lines we are following tonight has not yet been connected to the second. In the next part of our journey, we are going to introduce the astronomical argument, the one that looks not at the stone but at the sky above it. Now we look up. It is worth pausing before we introduce the second line of evidence to notice what it means that the two lines of evidence are independent. Independent evidence is the foundation of strong conclusions. If two researchers using the same method arrive at the same conclusion, you have one result confirmed by replication. Useful, but not as strong as it might seem, because both results could be affected by the same systematic error in the shared method. But if two researchers using completely different methods arrive at the same conclusion, the probability that both methods share the same systematic error is very low. Independent convergence is one of the strongest forms of evidence available in any empirical inquiry. The geological argument uses limestone erosion profiles and paleoclimatic data. The astronomical argument uses celestial mechanics and the calculable mathematics of precession. These methods have essentially no overlap. They cannot share a systematic error. If they arrive at the same date independently, the probability that this convergence is due to chance or error in both methods simultaneously is very small. This does not mean that the conclusion they converge on is necessarily correct. Both methods could have errors of a different kind. Errors in the basic observations, errors in the assumptions, errors in the interpretation of what the convergence means. But it does mean that the convergence is worth taking seriously as evidence, rather than dismissing as coincidence. Now we look up. We have spent 4 parts examining the ground, the limestone of the Sphinx enclosure, the erosion patterns on the walls, the geological arguments, and their counter-arguments. The first evidential line of tonight's investigation is about stone and water and time. The second evidential line is about something completely different. It is about the relationship between the pyramid complex at Giza and the night sky. To understand the second line of evidence, we need to start with a basic astronomical fact. The positions of stars in the sky are not fixed. Over very long periods of time, periods measured in thousands of years, the apparent positions of stars change. Not because the stars themselves are moving dramatically, though they do move in various ways, but because the Earth's rotational axis is slowly wobbling. This wobble, called the precession of the equinoxes, has a cycle of roughly 26,000 years, over which the orientation of Earth's axis sweeps slowly around in a circle. Because our reference frame for the sky is tied to Earth's rotational axis, the effect of precession is that the positions of stars in the sky, relative to the horizon and to the celestial poles, change continuously and calculably over time. Precession is not a new discovery, and it is important to understand how precisely we can calculate it, because the strength of the astronomical argument depends on the reliability of precession calculations. The Greek astronomer Hipparchus identified precession in the 2nd century BCE by comparing his star observations with earlier records and noticing a systematic shift in the positions of stars relative to the equinoxes. The mathematics of precession were well established by the time of Newton, and today they can be calculated with extraordinary precision for any point in the past or future. If you want to know what the night sky looked like from a specific location on Earth on a specific date 10,000 years ago, astronomical software can tell you. And the calculation is not speculative. It is a direct consequence of well-established celestial mechanics. This calculability is what gives the astronomical argument its specific force. It is not an argument about symbols or interpretations or what ancient people might have meant. It is an argument about where specific stars were in the sky at specific times, which can be calculated objectively. The astronomical argument for the dating of Giza was developed primarily by Robert Bauval, a construction engineer with a deep interest in ancient astronomy. Bauval describes his key observation. Lying in the Egyptian desert at night, looking up at Orion, and recognizing that the relative positions of the 3 belt stars matched the arrangement of the 3 Giza pyramids he knew from his engineering work. When the correspondence is examined in specific detail, it turns out to be considerably more precise than a vague similarity would suggest. The argument was first presented to a wide audience in Bauval's 1994 book, The Orion Mystery, co-authored with Adrian Gilbert. The core observation is this: the 3 pyramids of Giza, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, are arranged on the plateau in a way that mirrors the arrangement of the 3 belt stars of the constellation Orion. The Orion correlation is worth describing precisely because it is one of those observations that sounds vague in summary but is actually quite specific in detail. A note on what precise correspondence means in this context. The claim is not that if you look at a map of the Giza pyramids and a star chart of Orion, they look exactly the same. They do not. The correspondence is not pixel perfect. What the claim is that the 3 pyramids share the same relative positions, relative sizes, and relative orientation as the 3 belt stars, and that this correspondence is specific enough that it cannot plausibly be explained by chance. 3 objects in a line with a slight offset, in which the largest corresponds to the brightest star, and the offset one corresponds to the offset star, is a specific enough pattern that accidentally reproducing it would be surprising. The constellation Orion is one of the most recognizable in the night sky. Its distinctive pattern, a rough rectangle with a diagonal belt of 3 stars cutting across the middle, has been known and named by cultures across the world for thousands of years. In ancient Egypt, Orion was identified with Osiris, the god of the dead and the afterlife. The belt stars were among the most closely observed features of the Egyptian astronomical tradition, and the orientation of certain pyramid shafts toward Orion's belt and other specific stars has been documented by several researchers. The Egyptian name for Orion was Sa, the first and most glorious of the stars, and the pyramid texts describe the pharaoh's soul ascending to take its place in Sa after death. The three belt stars are Mintaka, Alnilam, and Alnitak, from west to east. They are approximately aligned, but not perfectly so. The westernmost belt star, Mintaka, is slightly offset to the north relative to the other two, producing a gentle curve rather than a perfectly straight line. Now look at the three Giza pyramids from above. The Pyramid of Khufu is the largest, sitting to the northeast. The Pyramid of Khafre is slightly smaller and sits to the southwest of Khufu, slightly closer to the axis of the group. The Pyramid of Menkaure is the smallest, sitting to the southwest of Khafre and slightly offset to the east, in exactly the same way that Mintaka is offset relative to the other two belt stars. The correspondence in relative positions and relative sizes between the three Giza pyramids and the three Orion belt stars is precise enough to be striking. The smaller pyramid of Menkaure corresponds to the slightly offset Mintaka. The two larger pyramids correspond to the two brighter belt stars, with the slightly smaller Khafre corresponding to the slightly dimmer Alnilam. The orientation of the group, running roughly southwest to northeast, corresponds to the orientation of the belt stars on the sky. Bauval has argued that this correspondence is not coincidental. The ancient Egyptians had a specific interest in Orion. The constellation was associated with the god Osiris in the Egyptian religious tradition, and the pyramid complex at Giza was explicitly a religious monument associated with the afterlife journey of the pharaoh. The pyramid texts, the oldest surviving religious texts in the world, found in pyramids of the 5th dynasty, shortly after the Giza complex was built, contain explicit references to the pharaoh's soul ascending to join Orion in the sky after death. The connection between Orion and the pyramid complex is not purely Bauval's interpretation. It is embedded in the ancient Egyptian religious literature. If the Giza pyramids were deliberately built to mirror the arrangement of the Orion belt stars, and the correspondence is precise enough that deliberate mirroring is a plausible interpretation, then the question becomes, which moment in Orion's position in the sky were the builders trying to capture? This is where precession becomes central to the argument. Before we apply precession to the Giza question, it is worth emphasizing again that precession is not a speculative or contested phenomenon. It is one of the most precisely calculated aspects of celestial mechanics. The precession rate is known to within parts per million. The positions of stars at any date in the past 10,000 years can be calculated to within arc minutes of accuracy using well-established equations. When Bauval or anyone else uses precession to determine what the sky looked like at a specific date, they are using a mathematical framework that has been tested against every ancient astronomical observation available, and it works. Due to the precession of the equinoxes, the position of Orion in the sky, specifically how high above the horizon the belt stars appear at their highest point in the night sky, and in what direction they appear to move, changes over time. In the conventional timeline of the pyramid complex, around 2500 BCE, Orion and its belt stars were in a specific position in the sky, rising in a specific direction and reaching a specific maximum altitude above the horizon. But Orion's position in 2500 BCE was not at a celestially notable point in its precessional cycle. The belt stars were, by Bauval's calculations, rising in the sky over the 4,000 years preceding 2500 BCE, approaching their highest point in the precessional cycle. They had not yet reached that highest point. Bauval's question was, at what point in Orion's precessional cycle does the ground plan of Giza most precisely mirror the sky? And his answer, based on calculations of where the belt stars were relative to the Milky Way and to the horizon at various dates, was approximately 10,500 BCE. The precision of this date estimate is itself worth examining. Bauval arrives at 10,500 BCE by finding the point in the precessional cycle at which the ground configuration of Giza, the relative positions and orientations of the three pyramids and their relationship to the Nile, best matches the sky configuration of Orion and its relationship to the Milky Way. The match is not a single variable. It involves multiple elements that all have to align simultaneously. The fact that they align at one specific date, rather than being approximately satisfied over a wide range of dates, is part of what makes the astronomical argument striking. This is the same approximate date that Schocher's geological argument produces. The same number, roughly 10,500 BCE, emerges from two completely independent lines of investigation using completely different methods. That convergence is the heart of the astronomical argument. Let me be more specific about what Bauval means by the sky plan of Giza most precisely mirroring the sky. The three pyramids are not only arranged to correspond to the three belt stars, they are also oriented relative to the Nile River in a way that Bauval argues mirrors the relationship between the Orion belt stars and the Milky Way. The Milky Way, the band of light that represents the disk of our galaxy as seen from Earth, runs roughly north-south across the sky, and the belt stars of Orion lie just to the east of the Milky Way. On the ground at Giza, the Nile also runs roughly north-south, and the pyramid complex sits just to the west of the Nile. In the Egyptian religious tradition, the Milky Way was associated with a celestial version of the Nile, the sky river that the pharaoh's soul would travel after death. This is not a speculation about what ancient Egyptians might have believed. It is documented in the pyramid texts, in temple inscriptions, and in the astronomical ceilings of tombs from the New Kingdom period that explicitly depict the Milky Way as a celestial Nile with boats sailing on it. The sky river/earth river correspondence was a genuine element of Egyptian religious cosmology. And it is this correspondence that Bauval uses to anchor the ground plan of Giza to the celestial plan of the sky at 10,500 BCE. The correspondence between the Milky Way and the Nile, with the belt stars and the pyramids occupying the same relative positions on each side, reinforces the interpretation that the Giza complex was built as a ground plan mirror of a specific sky configuration. The specific sky configuration that best matches the ground plan, with the Milky Way and the belt stars in exactly the positions relative to each other and to the horizon that would produce the Nile and pyramids arrangement seen at Giza, is, by Bauval's calculations, the sky as it appeared in approximately 10,500 BCE. At that date, the Orion belt stars were at their lowest point in the precessional cycle, the point at which they appeared closest to the southern horizon, and therefore in their most southerly position. By 2500 BCE, the belt stars had been rising in the sky for 8,000 years, and were well above their 10,500 BCE position. The Giza pyramid plan, Bauval argues, was designed to encode not the sky as it appeared at the time of construction, but the sky as it appeared at a significantly earlier date. A sky map from the past, built into the landscape of the plateau. We will examine the counter-arguments to this in the next part. For now, let us simply register what the astronomical argument, taken on its own terms, is saying. It is saying that the people who built the Giza complex, or who designed it, whether or not they were also the builders of what we see today, were sophisticated enough to track the precession of the equinoxes, to calculate where specific stars had been thousands of years in the past, and to encode that calculation into the ground plan of one of the largest construction projects in human history. And it is saying that the date they encoded, the date their ground plan refers back to, is 10,500 BCE. The the same date that appears in the geology of the Sphinx enclosure walls. Two independent lines of evidence, two completely different methods, the same number. The significance of this convergence cannot be overstated by simply restating it. It needs to be felt as well as understood. We have a geological argument developed by a geologist examining rock surfaces and comparing them with paleoclimatic data, arriving at a date of approximately 10,500 BCE. We have an astronomical argument developed by a researcher examining the geometry of a monument complex and comparing it with the calculable positions of stars using precession equations, also arriving at approximately 10,500 BCE. Neither researcher was trying to match the other's date. The methods have essentially no overlap. The fact that they converge on the same number is either an extraordinary coincidence or evidence that they are both picking up a real signal. We are going to continue examining the evidence for and against that signal in the parts that follow. The next part of tonight's journey is going to look at the most striking single piece of astronomical evidence, the one that involves not the pyramids themselves, but the monument we have been spending so much time with tonight, the Sphinx. But before we get there, one more thing about the correlation itself that is often misunderstood. The Orion correlation does not require the builders of Giza to have been able to directly observe the sky as it appeared in 10,500 BCE. They were building in 2500 BCE. What it requires is that they were able to calculate where the belt stars had been 8,000 years before their own time, using precession, and that they chose to encode that earlier sky configuration in the layout of their monument complex. This is a more sophisticated claim than simply observing the sky at the time of construction. It implies a knowledge of precession and a deliberate act of backward calculation across a span of 8 millennia. Whether the ancient Egyptians possessed this knowledge is a question that goes to the heart of what we understand about their astronomical sophistication. It is also one of the most interesting and most debated aspects of the whole argument. The Sphinx faces east. This single sentence is where the most striking piece of astronomical evidence begins. Not from a complicated correlation between monument layouts and star charts, but from the simplest possible observation about the most famous monument in the world, what the Sphinx faces, and what, at a specific date in the past, was there to be faced. This is a fact, not an interpretation. The monument was carved from the bedrock facing due east, not northeast, not southeast, but east, aligned with the rising sun at the equinoxes. At the spring and autumn equinoxes, when day and night are of equal length and the sun rises precisely due east, the Sphinx looks directly at the point on the horizon where the sun appears. This alignment is almost certainly intentional. The ancient Egyptians were careful and precise astronomers, and they built their monuments with specific astronomical alignments that were understood to have religious and cosmological significance. The Great Pyramid's alignment to the cardinal points is the most famous example, but it is far from the only one. Temples across Egypt were oriented to catch the light of the rising sun at specific times of year. The entire design philosophy of Egyptian monumental architecture was shaped by the relationship between the built environment and the sky. The Sphinx's eastward orientation connects it specifically to the sunrise, to the daily drama of the sun emerging from the eastern horizon that was one of the central metaphors of Egyptian religious life. The sun god Ra was said to be reborn each morning as he rose above the horizon, and the eastern horizon was the place of beginning, of emergence, of the transition from darkness to light. A monument facing east was facing the most religiously charged direction in the Egyptian cosmological vocabulary. So the Sphinx faces east, and at the equinoxes, it looks at the sunrise. The equinoxes were among the most important dates in the ancient Egyptian calendar. The spring equinox, the vernal equinox, was associated with renewal, resurrection, and the beginning of the agricultural year. The flooding of the Nile, which brought the fertile silt that made Egyptian agriculture possible, followed the spring equinox season. The resurrection of Osiris, the great mythological narrative of death, mourning, and renewal that underpins the entire Egyptian funerary tradition, was associated with the renewal of the spring. A monument that marks the spring equinox sunrise with its orientation is a monument that is participating in the most fundamental cycle of Egyptian religious life. Now here is where precession becomes relevant in a different way from the Orion correlation. Because of the precession of the equinoxes, the constellation that appears on the eastern horizon at the moment of the spring equinox sunrise changes over the precessional cycle of roughly 26,000 years. In our own time, the spring equinox sun rises in the vicinity of the constellation Pisces, which is why the last 2,000 years are sometimes called the Age of Pisces in astrological traditions, and why the coming millennia are called the Age of Aquarius, as the precessional shift moves the equinox point into that constellation. Before Pisces, the equinox point was in Aries, which is why the spring equinox is still called the first point of Aries, even though the actual stars of Aries are no longer on the horizon at that moment. Before Aries, in the earlier part of the precessional cycle, the equinox point was in Taurus, the period when Taurus was on the eastern horizon at the spring equinox, roughly 4000 to 2000 BCE, is the period when bull imagery was dominant in Near Eastern religious iconography, which some researchers have argued is not coincidental. And before Taurus, it was in Gemini. And before Gemini, going back to approximately 10,500 to 10,000 BCE, the constellation rising due east at the spring equinox sunrise was Leo. The sequence of zodiacal constellations on the spring equinox horizon, moving backward in time due to precession, follows the zodiac in reverse. Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. The time it takes for the precession point to move through one zodiacal constellation is roughly 2,160 years, 1/12 of the 26,000-year precessional cycle. Leo was on the spring equinox horizon from approximately 10,800 to 8,600 BCE. The date of 10,500 BCE falls well within this Leo window. Leo, the lion. The ancient Egyptians knew Leo as a lion. They depicted Leo in their astronomical tradition, and the lion was one of the most powerful symbols in Egyptian religious iconography, associated with the sun, with the pharaoh, with the transition between the old and the new. The horizon where the sun rises, where the world renews each morning, was sometimes depicted as a lion in Egyptian art, and the word Akhet, meaning horizon, sometimes included leonine imagery in its hieroglyphic spelling. A lion-bodied monument carved to face due east, aligned with the spring equinox sunrise. And at the date that both the geological argument and the Orion correlation point toward approximately 10,500 BCE. The constellation rising on the due east horizon at the spring equinox was Leo, the lion. This is the third line of astronomical evidence, and it connects to the monument's physical form in a way that the Orion correlation does not. The Orion correlation requires you to look at a map and notice a correspondence in arrangement. The Leo-Sphinx correspondence requires only that you notice what the monument is, what direction it faces, and what was in the sky at the date the other evidence points toward. A lion body monument facing its own constellation at the moment of maximum astronomical significance. at the date produced by independent geological and astronomical analysis. Let us be careful about what is and is not being claimed here. The Leo-Sphinx argument is sometimes presented in popular treatments as if it is a discovery that the Sphinx has the body of a lion, as if this is surprising information. It is not. The Sphinx has obviously always had the body of a lion. That has never been in question. What the argument points out is that having the body of a lion and facing the direction of Leo's rising at a specific date in the precessional cycle constitutes an astronomical correspondence that is specific enough to be noteworthy when it aligns with the date produced by independent analysis. It is also sometimes presented as if the discovery is that Leo existed as a constellation 12,000 years ago. Leo as a star pattern was certainly visible in the sky at that date. The stars of Leo have not moved significantly relative to each other in 12,000 years, though they have moved relative to the equinox point due to precession. What has changed is which stars are on the eastern horizon at the spring equinox, and the calculation that shows Leo was on that horizon at approximately 10,500 BCE is the specific contribution of the precessional analysis. Let us be careful about what is and is not being claimed here. The claim is not that the Sphinx was built in 10,500 BCE, at least not necessarily. The claim is that the body of the Sphinx takes the form of a lion and faces the direction where Leo was rising at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE, and that this correspondence with the date produced by the geological and Orion correlation arguments makes it plausible that 10,500 BCE is a significant date in the conception or design of the monument complex, even if the physical structure we see today was built or substantially modified at a later date. There are several ways to interpret the Leo-Sphinx correspondence, ranging from a simple coincidence to an intentional astronomical encoding. Let us consider them. The first interpretation is coincidence. The Sphinx faces east because east is religiously significant, and the fact that Leo was rising in the east at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE is simply due to chance. The date produced by the other evidence happens to coincide with a period when a lion constellation was in the appropriate position, but there is no connection between them. This interpretation is possible, but coincidences that involve multiple independent lines of evidence are statistically increasingly unlikely as the number of independent lines grows. The second interpretation is intentional astronomical encoding. The Sphinx was designed either when it was first conceived or when it was given its current lion form, with the 10,500 BCE sky in mind. In this reading, the monument was built to embody a specific moment in the precessional cycle, with its lion body representing Leo and its eastward orientation representing the direction of Leo's rising at the spring equinox at that moment. This interpretation requires that the designers knew about precession and could calculate backward to determine what constellation was rising in the east at the spring equinox 10,000 years before their own time. There is also a fourth consideration that makes the Leo-Sphinx correspondence more interesting than a simple coincidence argument would suggest: the direction of the convergence. If the researchers who developed the geological and Orion correlation arguments had started with the goal of finding evidence for a specific date, say 10,500 BCE, and had then looked for supporting evidence, the Leo-Sphinx correspondence could be dismissed as motivated reasoning. But the reverse is true. The geological argument produced a date range. The Orion correlation produced a date. The Leo-Sphinx correspondence was then noted as consistent with those independently produced dates. The direction of reasoning is from evidence to date, not from date to confirming evidence. This directionality matters enormously for evaluating the argument. Confirmation bias operates in the opposite direction. You have a conclusion, and you find evidence that supports it. The Leo-Sphinx correspondence arrived after the other date estimates, not before them. It functions as additional confirmation of an independently established conclusion, which is the strongest form of evidential support. The third interpretation proposed by some researchers is that the current head of the Sphinx is a recarving of what was once a lion's head, that the original monument was a full lion, built in or designed for 10,500 BCE, with both body and head representing Leo, and that the human pharaonic head was carved onto the monument at a later date, perhaps during the Old Kingdom. This is the recarving hypothesis we discussed in Part 5, and in the Leo-Sphinx context it has a specific additional motivation. It would explain why the head appears disproportionately small relative to the body, and why the head erosion pattern differs from the body erosion pattern. The third interpretation is speculative and has not been confirmed, but it is worth noting that in this context it has explanatory power beyond mere conjecture. It provides a coherent account of three different observations simultaneously: the disproportionate head size, the different erosion patterns on head and body, and the astronomical correspondence between the monument's form and the 10,500 BCE sky. Let us now step back and look at the three pieces of astronomical evidence together. First, the Orion correlation. The three Giza pyramids are arranged in a way that mirrors the arrangement of the Orion belt stars, and the ground plan most precisely corresponds to the sky, as it appeared in approximately 10,500 BCE. Second, the Leo-Sphinx correspondence. The Sphinx has a lion body and faces due east, and at approximately 10,500 BCE, the constellation Leo was rising due east at the spring equinox sunrise. Third, the Milky Way-Nile correspondence, which we introduced in Part 6. The Giza complex sits to the west of the Nile in the same relationship that the Orion constellation sits to the east of the Milky Way. And in Egyptian cosmology, the Milky Way was understood as the celestial Nile. Three different astronomical correspondences. All three point toward the same approximate date. All three connect to documented Egyptian religious and cosmological traditions. Orion as Osiris, the Milky Way as the celestial Nile, and the spring equinox sunrise as the moment of cosmic renewal and the re-emergence of Ra. The astronomical argument taken as a whole is not a single observation that might be coincidental. It is a network of correspondences, each of which independently points toward the same date, and each of which connects to a known element of Egyptian religious cosmology. Consider what it would take for this network to be entirely coincidental. The three Giza pyramids would have to happen to mirror the three Orion belt stars in relative positions, sizes, and orientation. The Orion ground plan would have to happen to most precisely match the sky, at a date that also happens to be when Leo was on the spring equinox horizon. The Sphinx would have to happen to have a lion body and face due east. And all of these coincidences would have to happen simultaneously, in one monument complex, while also connecting to the specific religious traditions that the complex was built to serve. The probability of this sequence of coincidences is not zero, but it is low enough that the alternative, that the correspondences are intentional, deserves serious consideration. This does not prove that the Giza complex was designed in 10,500 BCE. What it suggests is that the designers of the complex, whenever they were working, built into the layout a specific astronomical reference to that date. Whether that reference was intended to commemorate a significant event that occurred at that date, or to claim a cosmological legitimacy that stretched back to that date, or to encode information for future generations who would be able to read it through astronomical analysis, is a question the evidence does not fully answer. But it is worth noting that if you were a civilization with a sophisticated understanding of precession and a desire to leave a message that would remain legible for thousands of years, building an astronomical reference into the landscape is one of the most durable ways to do it. Stone endures. Mathematics endures. The stars follow calculable paths. A monument that encodes astronomical information is a monument that can be read by anyone with the mathematical tools to understand precession at any point in the future. Perhaps that is what we are doing tonight. There is one objection to the Leo-Sphinx argument that deserves to be addressed directly because it is the most commonly raised. The argument that the zodiacal constellations, including Leo, were not formally defined in the ancient world until the Babylonian period, roughly 700 to 500 BCE, and therefore cannot have been used to design the Sphinx in 10,500 BCE or in any earlier period. This objection is technically correct in one sense and misleading in another. It is correct that the formal 12-constellation zodiac, with boundaries defined and names standardized, is a relatively late development in ancient astronomy. It is misleading because the stars of Leo, the bright star Regulus, the distinctive backwards question mark shape of the lion's head, the triangular hindquarters, are among the most recognizable stellar patterns in the sky, and there is no reason to think that pre-Babylonian sky watchers did not recognize and name them. The argument does not require the formal Babylonian zodiac. It requires only that the lion-shaped star pattern was recognized as such by people sophisticated enough to track precession and align major monuments with the sky. The ancient Egyptians certainly had names and associations for significant star patterns. Their astronomical tradition was sophisticated and well developed, and it predated the Babylonian tradition by millennia. Whether they specifically associated the lion-shaped stars with Leo in the same way the Babylonians later defined the zodiacal constellation is a question the surviving record does not definitively answer. Perhaps that is what we are doing tonight. In the next part of our journey, we are going to step back from the specific arguments and look at what they collectively imply, and at where the two evidential lines, the geological and the astronomical, now stand together. We have been following two threads across 7 parts of tonight's investigation. The geological thread started in the Sphinx enclosure, in the specific pattern of erosion on specific rock faces. The astronomical thread started in the arrangement of 3 pyramids on a plateau and the calculable positions of stars over thousands of years. Both threads, followed carefully and honestly, have led us to approximately the same place, to a date around 10,500 BCE, that is thousands of years before the conventional beginning of Egyptian civilization. How we understand that convergence, what it means, what it implies, and how we hold it honestly, is what the remainder of tonight's journey is about. Let us now bring the two lines of evidence together and look at what they jointly imply. And, perhaps more importantly, at what questions they jointly raise that neither line of evidence can answer on its own. We have spent 7 parts establishing 2 separate cases. The geological case rests on the physical weathering of limestone in the Sphinx enclosure and the paleoclimatic record of Egypt. The astronomical case rests on the correspondence between the Giza ground plan and the sky as calculated through the mathematics of precession. The 2 cases were developed by different researchers using different methods. They have no significant methodological overlap, and they point toward the same approximate date, roughly 10,500 BCE, give or take several centuries. The convergence of two independent lines of evidence at the same approximate date is, as we discussed in Part 6, significantly stronger than either line of evidence would be on its own. It is the kind of convergence that, in most scientific contexts, would be taken very seriously, not as proof, but as a strong signal that something real is being detected. What does that something mean? If both lines of evidence are correct, if the geological argument is right that the Sphinx enclosure erosion requires rainfall that stopped more than 5,000 years ago, and if the astronomical argument is right that the Giza complex was designed to reference the sky as it appeared in approximately 10,500 BCE, then something happened at or around 10,500 BCE that shaped the monument complex we see today. There are several ways to interpret what that something was, ranging from conservative to radical. There is a useful distinction to draw before we examine the three interpretations: the distinction between the date of design and the date of physical construction. These are not necessarily the same thing. A monument can embody a design that was conceived long before the physical construction began, either because the design was transmitted through a long tradition, or because the builders deliberately referenced an earlier date as part of the monument's cosmological meaning, or because an earlier structure on the site was modified and extended over a long period. The alternative chronology arguments point toward a date of approximately 10,500 BCE. This does not necessarily mean that every stone visible at Giza today was placed in 10,500 BCE. It means that the design principles, the astronomical references, or the original kernel of the complex may connect to that date, even if the physical structure was built, completed, or modified at a later time. With that distinction in mind, let us examine the three possible interpretations of what the converging evidence implies. The most conservative interpretation is that the conventional dating of the physical pyramid construction is correct. That the pyramids and the Sphinx body we see today were built by Old Kingdom Egyptians around 2,500 BCE. But that the design of the complex references an earlier date, either as a deliberate astronomical encoding or as a continuation of a much older symbolic tradition. In this reading, the architects of the Fourth Dynasty were astronomically sophisticated enough to calculate the sky of 10,500 BCE and built their complex to mirror it, as an act of cosmological reverence for an earlier epoch. The physical construction is Old Kingdom. The astronomical reference is to a much earlier time. This interpretation has the virtue of not requiring any modification to the conventional archaeological timeline. The physical evidence for Old Kingdom construction remains intact, and the anomalies are accounted for by the builders' astronomical sophistication. The problem with this interpretation is that it requires the Fourth Dynasty Egyptians to have possessed knowledge of precession and the ability to calculate backward over 8,000 years. This is a significant claim about ancient mathematical and astronomical capability, though it is not impossible. The ancient Babylonians were tracking precession by 700 BCE, roughly 2,000 years after the Fourth Dynasty, and the Egyptian astronomical tradition was sophisticated and well developed. The second interpretation is that the Sphinx is significantly older than the pyramid complex, having been carved in or near 10,500 BCE, and that the Fourth Dynasty Egyptians incorporated an existing monument into their complex, building their pyramids around and alongside a structure that was already ancient when they began work. This is sometimes called the modified incorporation hypothesis. In this reading, the Sphinx's rain erosion reflects its actual age, and the Fourth Dynasty builders are responsible for the pyramids and the valley temples, but not for the Sphinx itself. This interpretation is more radical than the first, because it requires an unknown society capable of carving the Sphinx to have existed in the Giza region at approximately 10,500 BCE. But it is also more consistent with the geological evidence. It does not require the 4 dynasty Egyptians to have known about precession, because the Sphinx's astronomical alignment to 10,500 BCE would be the result of deliberate design by whoever carved it at that date, rather than backward calculation by later builders. The third interpretation is the most radical, that the entire monument complex, pyramids, sphinx, temples, and all, was built by a civilization that predates the conventional beginning of Egyptian culture, and that what we call Old Kingdom Egypt was either a continuation or a rediscovery of this earlier tradition. In this reading, the Mera papyrus and the workers' village and the quarry marks all relate to restoration, modification or reuse of an already existing complex, and the conventional attribution of the complex to Khufu and Khafra describes their relationship to something that already existed, not their role as original builders. The third interpretation faces the most severe difficulties because it requires either that the Mera papyrus is not describing the original construction of the pyramid, or that the papyrus is somehow misleading. And, as we established in Part 2, the Mera papyrus is the strongest single piece of evidence in the conventional case. It is a contemporary document written during the construction process by someone involved in it. To argue that the third interpretation is correct, you would need to argue that the Mera papyrus describes completion or restoration work on an existing structure rather than original construction. This is not impossible. The papyrus describes the transportation of casing stone, the fine white limestone that covered the pyramid's exterior. What it does not describe is the construction of the pyramid's core structure or the carving of the Sphinx. It tells us what Mera's team was doing during a specific period of an ongoing project. Whether that project involved original construction of the entire complex from scratch, or completion of a structure whose core already existed, is a question the papyrus alone cannot definitively answer. And the Mera papyrus is the strongest single piece of evidence in the conventional case. This interpretation would have to argue either that the papyrus describes a restoration rather than an original construction, or that what was being transported and placed was additional material added to an existing structure. The honest answer is that the available evidence does not allow us to choose definitively between these 3 interpretations. Each of them is consistent with some subset of the evidence and inconsistent with other subsets. The most intellectually satisfying position is to hold all 3 as live possibilities, while acknowledging the specific strengths and weaknesses of each. What the 2 lines of evidence together do most clearly establish is that something about the Giza complex connects to the period around 10,500 BCE. Whether through deliberate design, through the physical age of the Sphinx, or through some combination of the 2. This connection to that date is not an incidental feature of the complex. It appears in the geology, in the astronomical ground plan, and in the orientation of the Sphinx. 3 different physical and mathematical facts about the same monument complex all point to the same date. Whether through deliberate design, through the physical age of the Sphinx, or through some combination of the 2. This connection to that date is not an incidental feature of the complex. It appears in the geology, in the astronomical ground plan, and in the orientation of the Sphinx. 3 different physical and mathematical facts about the same monument complex all point to the same date. Now let us turn to the hardest question. If the Sphinx or the Giza complex in some form dates to approximately 10,500 BCE, what does the archaeological record of that period tell us about who could have built it? The short answer is, very little that is obviously consistent with such a capability. The period around 10,500 BCE is at the end of what geologists call the Younger Dryas, a cold, dry period that interrupted the warming trend following the last ice age and lasted from roughly 12,900 to 11,700 years ago. A cold, dry period that interrupted the warming trend following the last ice age and lasted from roughly 12,900 to 11,700 years ago. The end of the Younger Dryas coincides with a rapid shift in global climate. Temperatures rose, precipitation patterns changed, and the African humid period began, bringing the green conditions to the Sahara that eventually ended around 5,000 to 7,000 BCE. In the Levant and the broader Near East, the period around 10,500 BCE represents the very beginning of the Neolithic Revolution, the shift from purely hunter-gatherer lifestyles to the earliest experiments with agriculture and settled life. Göbekli Tepe, which we discussed in Part 5, was being built at approximately this time in what is now Turkey. Jericho in the Jordan Valley shows evidence of a permanent settlement from around 10,000 BCE. The earliest known domesticated plants, emmer wheat and einkorn, show signs of intentional cultivation from around 10,000 BCE in the Levant. None of these developments obviously implies a society capable of carving a monument 70 meters long and 20 meters tall from solid bedrock in the Giza region. Göbekli Tepe is impressive, but its individual carved stones are considerably smaller than the Sphinx. The early Neolithic settlements are substantial achievements, but they are farming villages, not states with the organizational capacity for monumental construction at this scale. The most serious attempt to account for this problem within the alternative chronology framework is the hypothesis that a more sophisticated coastal or river valley civilization existed during this period, and that its traces have been lost to sea level rise. This is the argument we introduced in Part 5 and will develop in more detail in Part 15 of tonight's journey. The idea that the 120-meter rise in sea levels following the end of the last ice age drowned large areas of previously habitable coastal land, and that sophisticated coastal societies who lived on those plains left archaeological evidence that is now underwater. The argument has genuine plausibility as a general claim. The sea level rise was real, it was dramatic, and it did drown extensive coastal areas that were previously above water. The question is whether the specific society required to carve the Sphinx existed specifically in or near the Giza region, and whether any trace of them, tools, middens, burials, any material evidence at all, would be found in the inland areas around Giza that sea level rise would not have affected. So far, no such trace has been found. This is the fundamental tension at the heart of the alternative chronology argument. Two independent evidential lines, based on geological and astronomical analysis of the monument complex itself, point toward a date that the wider archaeological record of the period does not support with any evidence of the required society. It is worth being precise about what the phrase "no trace has been found" actually means in this context. It does not mean that no human beings lived in the Giza region at 10,500 BCE. Hunter-gatherer populations certainly moved through the Nile Valley and the surrounding desert at that period. What has not been found is evidence of organized monumental construction capability. Tools associated with large-scale stonework, quarry operations, construction debris, administrative infrastructure. In the Giza region at that date, the absence is specific. It is an absence of the specific kind of evidence that the specific claim requires. There are three possible responses to this tension. The first is to conclude that the geological and astronomical arguments must be wrong, since no builder civilization exists in the record at the required date. The second is to conclude that the builder civilization existed but has left no detectable trace, either because it was coastal and is now underwater, or because it was small enough that its inland traces have not been found. The third is to hold the tension honestly, without resolving it in either direction, while recognizing that the state of the evidence makes definitive resolution premature. Tonight's investigation is going to take the third approach. We are going to continue following both lines of evidence, examining the counter-arguments to the astronomical case, exploring what the wider pattern of anomalous dates at ancient sites suggests, and developing the most honest possible account of where the evidence actually stands. But before we continue, let me say something about the character of this tension and what it tells us about the state of the question. The tension between the anomalous evidence in the monument complex and the absence of a builder civilization in the broader archaeological record is a genuine scientific puzzle, not a failure of the alternative chronology argument alone. A genuine scientific puzzle is one in which all the available explanations have problems, where the conventional explanation fails to fully account for certain evidence, and the alternative explanation faces evidence it cannot fully account for either. This is not the same as a settled question where the mainstream has conclusive evidence and the alternative has none. Settled questions do not have the kind of multi-decade, technically engaged debate that the Sphinx water erosion argument has generated. They do not have geologists publishing in peer-reviewed journals who cannot fully refute a specific erosion interpretation. They do not have astronomical calculations that produce dates consistent across multiple independent lines of analysis. The Great Pyramid and the Sphinx are not a settled question. They are a genuinely difficult one. And genuinely difficult questions are best approached not with premature certainty, but with the willingness to follow the evidence wherever it leads, acknowledge what it cannot tell us, and sit honestly with the uncertainty that remains. That is what tonight is about. The tension at the center of this investigation is not a defect in the evidence. It is what makes the question genuinely interesting. One more consideration deserves attention before we continue. The question of what kind of claim is actually being made when we say the Giza complex connects to 10,500 BCE. The claim is not that the Giza Plateau was occupied by a sophisticated civilization for 12,500 years before the present. The claim is that a design intention or an original structure or a cosmological reference embedded in the complex connects to approximately that date. The difference between claiming continuous occupation and claiming a connection to a specific date is significant. Connections to specific astronomical dates can be embedded in a monument at any point in its history. A monument built in 2500 BCE can deliberately encode a reference to 10,500 BCE through astronomical alignment, without anyone being present at Giza in 10,500 BCE. A monument built around an earlier structure can incorporate that earlier structure's astronomical properties into its own design. A monument tradition can pass down knowledge of astronomical significance from generation to generation across thousands of years, preserving a reference to an earlier epoch long after the specific circumstances of that epoch are lost. Which of these possibilities best accounts for the evidence at Giza is the question that the remainder of tonight's investigation will pursue. The honest position at this stage of tonight's investigation is this: the evidence is real, the anomalies are genuine, the convergence is striking, and the conventional explanation has not fully accounted for all of it. The alternative explanation accounts for some of what the conventional explanation struggles with, but it faces its own serious evidential problems. Neither position is obviously correct, and the question deserves continued investigation rather than premature closure in either direction. This is an uncomfortable position for anyone who wants a clear answer, but it is the most accurate description of where the evidence actually stands. And the most productive response to genuine uncertainty is not to pick a side and defend it, but to continue following the evidence, which is what we are going to do for the remainder of tonight. The Sphinx is not the only ancient structure whose evidence points toward a date considerably earlier than the conventional timeline of human civilization. And the Giza questions we have been examining do not stand alone. They exist within a wider context of archaeological anomalies that have been accumulating over the past several decades. A context that is worth understanding because it changes how we read the Giza evidence. This is one of the most significant developments in the archaeology of the past 3 decades. The accumulating discovery that anomalous dates that push the beginnings of organized human activity further back than the textbooks assumed, are appearing at multiple sites across the world in different regions, using different archaeological and geological methods. Tonight, we have been following 2 specific lines of evidence for one specific site, but those 2 lines exist within a broader pattern of anomalous ancient evidence that is worth examining, because the pattern changes the nature of the question. A single anomalous site can be explained as a local exception, one mystery, one unusual case, the product of specific circumstances at one location. A pattern of anomalous sites appearing across multiple continents, spanning the period from the end of the last ice age to the beginning of the conventionally recognized period of civilization, is harder to dismiss as a collection of local exceptions. We are going to look at the most significant of these sites tonight, with the same honesty we have been applying to Giza, examining the specific evidence, acknowledging what is established and what is contested, and noting where the pattern is strong and where it is weak. The site that has changed the picture most dramatically is Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is located in southeastern Turkey, near the modern city of Urfa, on a hilltop in a region that was once the northern edge of the Fertile Crescent. It was discovered by archaeologist Klaus Schmidt in 1994, and it required several field seasons to understand the full scale of what Schmidt had found. What he initially uncovered was just the uppermost layer of a site that extended much deeper into the hill than the surface suggested. What Schmidt found transformed the understanding of human prehistory in a fundamental way. Göbekli Tepe consists of multiple circular or oval enclosures, each containing T-shaped stone pillars ranging from 3 to 6 meters tall and weighing up to 20 tons. The pillars are elaborately carved with bas-relief images of animals: foxes, boars, ducks, serpents, spiders, vultures, aurochs, and other creatures, arranged in ways that clearly have symbolic or ritual significance. Some pillars also bear 3-dimensional sculpted animal figures. The quality of the carving is extraordinary, detailed, technically accomplished, and executed with a precision and aesthetic sophistication that was entirely unexpected for the period in which the site was built. Because Göbekli Tepe was built at approximately 11,500 to 9,000 BCE. This date is not contested. It rests on multiple independent radiocarbon dates from organic material found in sealed contexts at the site, and the dates are consistent across different samples and different laboratories. Göbekli Tepe was built by human beings roughly 12 to 13,000 years ago, at a period when, according to the conventional understanding of human prehistory at the time of its discovery, organized monumental construction was simply impossible. The discovery sent a genuine shock through the field of archaeology, not because archaeologists were resistant to revising their views, but because the site's evidence was so clear and so thoroughly documented that it could not be argued away. Here were carved stone pillars weighing up to 20 tons, in multiple carefully constructed enclosures, at a date that predated not only agriculture, but any previously known example of organized large-scale construction. The evidence demanded that the conventional model be revised. The conventional understanding had been that complex, organized society required agriculture. The logic ran like this. Agriculture produces food surplus. Surplus supports specialist labor. Specialist labor enables complex social organization. Complex social organization enables monumental construction. No agriculture, no surplus, no specialists, no monuments. Since agriculture was not developed until roughly 10,000 to 8,000 BCE in the Near East, monumental construction should not have been possible before that date. Göbekli Tepe demolished this reasoning. It was built before agriculture, before the domestication of plants and animals that was supposed to be the prerequisite for everything that Göbekli Tepe represents. The site was built by hunter-gatherers, people who did not farm, who had no permanent settlements in the conventional sense, who moved across the landscape following animals and plants. These people organized themselves to quarry, transport, and erect stone pillars weighing up to 20 tons, and to carve them with sophisticated imagery in a project that must have taken years and required the cooperation of many communities across a wide region. The implications were enormous. Göbekli Tepe forced the revision of the assumption that social complexity and agricultural production were prerequisites for monumental architecture. It established that organized construction at significant scale was possible considerably earlier than the conventional timeline had assumed. This is directly relevant to the Giza question. One of the strongest objections to the alternative chronology for the Sphinx, the objection that no society capable of carving the Sphinx existed at 10,500 BCE, was significantly weakened by the discovery that a society capable of building Göbekli Tepe existed at 11,500 BCE. Not weakened to the point of refutation because there are significant differences in scale and complexity between Göbekli Tepe and the Sphinx, but weakened enough that the impossibility argument can no longer be stated with the confidence it once commanded. The second major site in the anomalous date pattern is Gunung Padang in West Java, Indonesia. Gunung Padang, the name means mountain of light in Sundanese, is an ancient site on a hilltop in West Java that has been known to local communities for centuries and has been studied by archaeologists since the early 20th century. The surface of the site consists of large rectangular stone columns arranged in terraces that were initially dated to roughly 500 to 1500 BCE, based on analysis of the surface structures. In the period from 2011 onward, a team of Indonesian researchers led by geologist Danny Hilman Natawijaya conducted extensive subsurface investigation of the site, using ground-penetrating radar, seismic tomography, and drilling. The subsurface investigation revealed multiple layers of buried structure beneath the surface terraces, each layer apparently older than the one above it. The deepest layers, based on radiocarbon dating of organic material extracted during drilling, have produced dates in the range of 25,000 to 14,000 BCE. These dates are contested. Significantly contested, in fact. The Gunung Padang claims have generated substantial controversy among archaeologists and geologists, with several researchers questioning the interpretation of the subsurface data, the stratigraphic context of the dated organic material, and the conclusion that the deepest features represent constructed rather than natural geological formations. The Indonesian government has paused the research pending further review. It is important to be honest about the contested status of the Gunung Padang claims. they are not in the same evidential category as Göbekli Tepe, where the dates and the identification of the site as a constructed monument are both solid and uncontested. Gunung Padang's subsurface claims are disputed at both the geological and the archaeological level. They may represent genuine evidence of very ancient construction, or they may represent a misinterpretation of natural geology. The jury is genuinely out. The third category of potentially anomalous sites is the underwater structures found off the coasts of India and Japan. Off the coast of the Yonaguni Island in Japan, a series of underwater features was discovered by a diver in 1987. The Yonaguni Monument, as it has come to be called, consists of a large platform of sandstone, roughly 25 meters below the surface, that shows what appear to be right angles, flat terraces, and geometric regularity that some researchers have interpreted as evidence of artificial construction. The site has been examined by geologists and archaeologists, and the results have been inconclusive. Some researchers argue that the features are natural, produced by the tendency of the local sandstone to fracture along regular joint planes. And others argue that at least some of the features bear evidence of human working. The Yonaguni site, if it is indeed an artificial structure, was underwater before sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age, which would place its construction at roughly 10,000 BCE or earlier. This timing would be consistent with the date produced by the Giza evidence, but the identification of the site as artificial rather than natural remains contested. Off the coast of India, near the Gulf of Khambat in Gujarat, sonar surveys in the early 2000s revealed what appeared to be geometric structures on the sea floor at depths of roughly 40 meters. The National Institute of Ocean Technology reported what they described as a large, submerged city, including what appeared to be walls, buildings, and artifacts. Subsequent analysis of the site has been less definitive. The sonar images are ambiguous, and the artifacts recovered from the area have proven difficult to date and contextualize. The claim of a submerged ancient city off the Indian coast remains unverified. The underwater sites in general are in a different evidential category from Göbekli Tepe. They are either contested as natural formations or insufficiently investigated to support strong claims. But they are relevant to the broader question we are pursuing, because the theoretical possibility of submerged sites is not in dispute. Sea levels were genuinely lower at the end of the last ice age. Large areas of coastal land were genuinely inundated, and if sophisticated societies existed on those coastal plains, their settlements genuinely would be underwater now. Let us step back from the specific sites and consider what the pattern means. Göbekli Tepe is real, solid, and established. Monumental construction was possible at 11,500 BCE, considerably earlier than the conventional timeline assumed. This changes the prior probability that organized construction could have produced the Sphinx at 10,500 BCE. It is no longer impossible in principle, just undocumented at that specific location. Gunung Padang and the underwater sites are contested or insufficiently investigated. They may represent additional evidence of ancient construction at anomalous dates, or they may not. The honest position is that these sites are promising avenues for future investigation rather than established evidence of a pre-Ice Age civilization. What the pattern does establish, even without the contested sites, is that the conventional timeline of human civilization was wrong in at least one significant respect. The assumption that organized monumental construction required agriculture was incorrect. Göbekli Tepe alone establishes this. And if that assumption was wrong, other assumptions built on top of it may also need revision. The question is not whether human beings were capable of sophisticated, organized activity before the conventional beginning of civilization. Göbekli Tepe proves they were. The question is, how widespread, how sophisticated, and how geographically distributed that activity was, and whether any of it produced the Sphinx or the Giza ground plan at 10,500 BCE. That question remains open, but it is an open question in a different, more interesting way than it was before Göbekli Tepe was excavated. And the difference matters for how we approach the evidence we have been examining across the last 8 parts of tonight's journey. There is one more site worth mentioning in this context, because it is less well known than Göbekli Tepe, but potentially as significant for the question of pre-Ice Age human activity. In the years since Göbekli Tepe's discovery, excavations at several other sites in the same general region of Turkey and the Levant have produced evidence of complex, organized human activity at dates comparable to or earlier than Göbekli Tepe. The site of Karahan Tepe, also in southeastern Turkey, appears to be another T-pillar enclosure of similar age. The site of Karahan Tepe has produced some of the most striking ancient figurative sculpture found anywhere. 3-dimensional human faces carved with extraordinary realism, dating to roughly 11,000 BCE. The site of Çatalhöyük in central Turkey, while later than Göbekli Tepe at roughly 7,500 BCE, shows a complex urban settlement of remarkable sophistication for its date. What these sites collectively suggest is that the Göbekli Tepe tradition was not an isolated anomaly, a single exceptional site produced by unique local circumstances. It appears to have been one node in a wider network of complex human activity in the late Pleistocene and early Holocene Near East, a network that extended across a significant geographic area and persisted for several thousand years. This wider context is important for the Giza question because it suggests that the capacity for organized monumental construction was not a rare, one-off achievement at a single location, but a widespread human capability during the period that Schoch and Bauval identify as the date of the original Giza design. If that capability was distributed across a wide area of the ancient Near East and Mediterranean world, the question of whether it also existed in the Nile Valley at the same period becomes somewhat less extraordinary. It does not become answered, but it becomes more conceivable. Let me also say something about the specific claim that sometimes accompanies the alternative chronology argument. The claim that ancient megalithic sites around the world, Stonehenge, the Easter Island Moai, the Nazca Lines, the pyramids of Mexico, the temples of Malta, are all connected to the same lost civilization. This is a more radical claim than the specific Giza dating argument, and it deserves careful treatment. The specific argument we have been following tonight, 2 independent evidential lines pointing toward 10,500 BCE for the Giza complex, does not require or imply a global lost civilization. It requires only that a society capable of producing the Sphinx existed in the Nile region at approximately that date. Whether that society was connected to the builders of Göbekli Tepe or the builders of Karahan Tepe or any other ancient site is a separate question that the Giza evidence does not address. The globalization of the lost civilization hypothesis, the claim that all anomalous ancient sites are connected to a single sophisticated prehistoric culture, is considerably less well supported than the specific Giza dating argument. It is possible that such connections exist. It is also possible that human beings in different parts of the world independently developed similar monumental traditions at similar times, responding to the same broad climatic and cultural pressures. the evidence does not yet allow us to distinguish between these possibilities. What it does allow us to say with confidence is that the picture of human prehistory that was current a generation ago, with civilization beginning in the Near East around 5000 BCE and spreading gradually outward from there, has been significantly complicated by the evidence of the past 3 decades. The world of 10,000 BCE was not the world of simple nomadic bands that the earlier picture assumed. It was a world of complex, organized activity, astronomical knowledge, and monumental construction ambition, at least in some regions. How complex, how organized, and how widely distributed that activity was remains one of the most interesting open questions in archaeology. Before we leave Part 9, let me return specifically to the question of what the Göbekli Tepe evidence implies for our main argument. The conventional counter-argument to the alternative Sphinx chronology is essentially archaeological. No known society in the Giza region at 10,500 BCE could have carved the Sphinx. Göbekli Tepe does not directly refute this argument. It does not show that a monument-building society existed specifically in the Nile Valley at that date. But it does something important. It removes the assumption that such a society would have been impossible. Before Göbekli Tepe, the argument from impossibility had genuine force. The prevailing model of human prehistory said that the cognitive and social prerequisites for monumental construction simply did not exist before agriculture. Göbekli Tepe showed that this was wrong. The cognitive and social prerequisites for monumental construction existed at least 12,000 years ago, in the late Pleistocene, before the transition to agriculture, which is precisely the period that Schoch's geological argument and Bauval's astronomical argument both point toward. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe did not prove that the Sphinx is older than Khufu. It did show that the world of 10,500 BCE was not the world that the impossibility argument assumed. And that is a significant change in the evidential landscape. The question that remains is whether a society with Göbekli Tepe's capabilities, or more advanced capabilities, also existed in the Nile Valley at the required date. On that specific question, the evidence is still silent. It would be impossible to spend this many parts discussing the alternative chronology of the Great Pyramid without spending some time with Graham Hancock. Hancock is the writer most associated with the popular version of the lost civilization hypothesis. The idea that a sophisticated prehistoric civilization existed before the conventional beginning of recorded history, that it was largely destroyed by the catastrophes associated with the end of the last ice age, and that its survivors transmitted enough of its knowledge to seed the civilizations that we recognize as the first in recorded history. His 1995 book, Fingerprints of the Gods, brought this idea to a mass audience, and his subsequent books, including Heaven's Mirror, Underworld, and most recently America Before and Magicians of the Gods, have developed and updated the hypothesis in the light of new evidence, particularly the discovery of Göbekli Tepe. Hancock is not a scientist. He is a journalist and a writer with a gift for synthesis and narrative, for finding the connections between disparate pieces of evidence and constructing a compelling overall picture. His work has been criticized extensively by professional archaeologists and geologists, some of whom regard him as a purveyor of pseudoscience who makes unjustified leaps from ambiguous evidence to dramatic conclusions. The criticism intensified after his 2022 Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse, which brought his ideas to an enormous new audience and prompted the Society for American Archaeology to write an open letter to Netflix expressing concern about the series' treatment of archaeological evidence. The Netflix controversy is itself instructive. The mainstream criticism of Hancock's work is not that the anomalies he highlights do not exist. It is that his explanation for them is not supported by the evidence, and that presenting a speculative explanation to a large audience without adequate contextualization of its contested status is potentially misleading. This is a legitimate concern, and it is worth taking seriously. Both the admiration and the criticism are, in different ways, partly justified. Let us try to separate what Hancock gets right from what he overreaches. What Hancock gets right first. Before we examine the argument, it is worth saying something about how Hancock is usually treated in public discourse, because the treatment often obscures rather than clarifies the question of what the evidence actually shows. In mainstream academic circles, Hancock is often dismissed as a pseudo-scientist whose work should not be engaged with at all. In alternative history circles, he is often treated as a courageous truth-teller whose conclusions are fully established. Both of these positions are unhelpful. The dismissal forecloses engagement with genuine anomalies that the mainstream has not fully accounted for. The uncritical acceptance treats as confirmed conclusions that remain speculative. The most useful approach is to evaluate Hancock's claims on their merits, to ask for each specific claim what the evidence actually shows, and whether the conclusion drawn from it is warranted. This is the approach that good science takes toward any hypothesis, and it is the approach that Hancock's work deserves, no more and no less than anyone else's. What Hancock gets right first. Hancock has done more than any other single writer to bring the anomalous evidence for pre-Ice Age human complexity to a popular audience. The Sphinx water erosion argument, the Orion correlation, the Leo-Sphinx alignment, the significance of Göbekli Tepe for the alternative chronology. All of these arguments were either developed or popularized by Hancock and the researchers he works with and writes about. Some of these arguments are more solid than others, but Hancock has generally been careful to present them in their own terms, to describe the evidence rather than fabricate it, and to acknowledge when evidence is contested. Hancock is also right that the conventional picture of human prehistory has been significantly more limited than the evidence now supports. The assumption that sophisticated society could not have existed before the beginning of the conventional Neolithic period has been shown by Göbekli Tepe to be incorrect. The assumption that the first cities in Mesopotamia represent the beginning of complex organized human thought has always been somewhat parochial. Complex human cognition and symbolic behavior are documented far earlier in the archaeological record, in the cave paintings of Europe dating to 40,000 BCE, and the ochre engravings of South Africa dating even further back. Hancock is right that the mainstream picture has been too conservative, and that the revision forced by Göbekli Tepe is not yet complete. Hancock is also right that the sea level rise at the end of the last ice age was a genuine catastrophe for coastal human populations, and that the archaeological record of that period is systematically biased toward inland sites, precisely because the coastal sites where human populations were concentrated are now underwater. This is not a fringe claim. It is accepted physical geography. The question of what archaeological evidence lies on the sea floor of the shallow coastal shelves that were drowned between 12,000 and 7,000 BCE is a genuine and open research question, and Hancock is right to draw attention to it. What Hancock gets wrong, or where he overreaches. The central difficulty with Hancock's hypothesis is that it moves from genuine anomalies, the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure, the Orion correlation, the earlier than expected dates at Göbekli Tepe, to a single, unified explanation for all of them, a global advanced civilization that was destroyed at the end of the last ice age, and whose survivors seeded the earliest historical cultures. This is an inferential leap that the evidence does not yet support. It is a leap from the evidence that something unusual was happening in the late Pleistocene to the specific claim that a globally connected, sophisticated civilization was responsible for the unusual things. These are different claims, and the evidence that supports the first does not automatically support the second. To take the most specific example, the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls, if Schock's interpretation is correct, requires a society capable of carving the Sphinx before approximately 5000 BCE at the latest. It does not require a globally connected civilization. It does not require sophisticated astronomy or advanced mathematics or knowledge of precession. It requires only a society with the organizational capacity to quarry and carve a limestone outcrop over a period of years. Capabilities that Göbekli Tepe has shown to be present in hunter-gatherer societies at roughly the right date. The Sphinx erosion evidence points toward a specific local capability. Hancock uses it as evidence for a global civilization. The Orion correlation, similarly, requires that the designers of the Giza complex had knowledge of precession and the ability to encode it in a ground plan. This is a sophisticated astronomical capability, but it is a local one. It requires one specific group of people in one specific place to have possessed this knowledge and to have used it in one specific way. It does not require that this knowledge was possessed by a globally distributed network of sophisticated civilizations. Hancock consistently inflates the implications of the local evidence to support the global claim. The second major problem with Hancock's hypothesis is the absence of direct physical evidence for the civilization he proposes. Hancock's response to this objection is the sea level argument, the claim that the evidence is underwater, on the drowned continental shelves. This is a legitimate and important response to the general absence of coastal evidence, but it does not account for the absence of evidence in the inland areas. If a globally sophisticated civilization left traces at Giza in Egypt, traces at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, traces at Tiahuanaco in the Bolivian Andes, and traces at dozens of other sites Hancock identifies as part of the same tradition, then we would expect to find some evidence of this civilization's activities in the inland archaeological record across all of these regions. We do not. It is possible that the civilization was primarily coastal, that it existed on the continental shelves that are now underwater, and that the inland sites represent only the outermost edges of its reach. But this is a hypothesis that is difficult to evaluate precisely because the coastal evidence is unavailable. A hypothesis that can only be confirmed by evidence that is currently inaccessible is not unfalsifiable. Future marine archaeology may produce confirming or disconfirming evidence, but it is currently unconfirmable. Holding it with confidence is premature. The third problem is the tendency to interpret ambiguous ancient monuments as evidence of the lost civilization without sufficient independent evidence. Angkor Wat in Cambodia, Tiahuanaco in Bolivia, the Nazca Lines in Peru, Stonehenge in England, Hancock finds astronomical alignments and connections to the Orion correlation in many of these sites, arguing that their shared astronomical orientation is evidence of a common origin in the lost civilization. But astronomical alignments are common in ancient architecture for mundane reasons. Ancient cultures everywhere observed the sun, moon, and stars, and built structures that related to important celestial events. The fact that multiple ancient sites have astronomical orientations does not, by itself, indicate a common origin. It may simply indicate that astronomically oriented construction was a widespread and independently developed human practice. The specific Orion connection that Beauval identified at Giza is a strong and specific correspondence. 3 specific monuments in a specific arrangement, mirroring 3 specific stars at a specific date in the precessional cycle. When Hancock extends this to argue that other ancient sites also encode Orion correlations, the correspondences are typically much vaguer and less specific than the Giza original. The strength of a pattern-matching argument depends on the precision of the match, and extending the Orion argument beyond Giza generally weakens rather than strengthens it. What is the fair conclusion after examining Hancock's hypothesis? The fair conclusion is that Hancock is right about the anomalies and wrong about the explanation. Or more precisely, Hancock is right that the anomalies are significant, right that the conventional timeline needs revision in at least some respects, and right that the sea level argument points to a gap in the archaeological record that future research should address. He is wrong, or at minimum premature, in the specific conclusion he draws from these observations. The globally sophisticated, technologically advanced pre-Ice Age civilization. The anomalies at Giza are real: the Sphinx Enclosure erosion, the Orion correlation, the Leo alignment. The anomalies at Göbekli Tepe are real and uncontested. The sea level argument for missing coastal evidence is legitimate. The critique of the conventional timeline's conservatism is in many respects justified. But the specific explanation, a globally sophisticated, technologically advanced pre-Ice Age civilization, is an inferential leap that the current evidence does not support. The evidence requires that sophisticated human activity occurred at earlier dates than the conventional timeline assumed. It does not require that this activity was globally connected and directed by a single civilization. The most honest and most evidence-respecting version of the alternative chronology is not the global lost civilization hypothesis. It is the more modest claim that human beings in the late Pleistocene possessed capabilities: social organization, astronomical knowledge, construction skills that we have underestimated, and that some of those capabilities may have shaped the Giza monument complex at a date considerably earlier than the conventional timeline recognizes. That more modest claim is what the evidence at Giza actually supports, and it is extraordinary enough without needing to be inflated into a global civilizational narrative. A society in the Nile Valley, possibly connected to the broader network of late Pleistocene complexity that Göbekli Tepe represents, carving a 70-meter lion monument aligned with the spring equinox sunrise and the precessional sky. This is a remarkable claim. It does not need alien assistance or a sunken Atlantis or a global network of advanced technology to be worth taking seriously. Let me say something more about what it means that Hancock is right about the anomalies and wrong about the explanation, because the two halves of this assessment have different implications for how we should read the alternative chronology literature. Being right about the anomalies means that the specific evidence Hancock draws attention to, the Sphinx erosion, the Orion correlation, the Leo alignment, the earlier than expected dates at various ancient sites, is real evidence that deserves serious attention. When professional archaeologists dismiss these anomalies without engaging with the specific evidence, they are doing exactly what Hancock accuses them of doing: substituting authority for argument. The anomalies are real, and real anomalies deserve real engagement. Being wrong about the explanation means that the specific conclusion Hancock draws, a globally connected, technologically advanced pre-Ice Age civilization, is not supported by the evidence he cites. The evidence supports the existence of the anomalies. It does not support the specific explanation. Holding the specific explanation with confidence is premature, and Hancock's confidence in it often exceeds what the evidence warrants. This is a distinction that is easy to lose in the polarized debate between mainstream archaeologists who dismiss the anomalies entirely and alternative history advocates who accept the lost civilization explanation uncritically. Both poles are wrong, and the truth lies somewhere in the more uncomfortable middle. The anomalies are real. The conventional timeline needs revision in at least some respects, and the specific explanation of a globally sophisticated pre-Ice Age civilization remains unconfirmed. Let me also address a specific aspect of Hancock's more recent work that is relevant to the Giza question: his engagement with the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis proposes that the dramatic climate reversal that occurred roughly 12,900 years ago, the cold, dry period called the Younger Dryas that interrupted the warming trend following the last ice age, was triggered by the impact or airburst of a cometary body. The hypothesis was first proposed in 2007 and has been the subject of considerable research and debate since. If correct, it would mean that the end of the Ice Age was not a smooth warming trend, but was interrupted by a catastrophic event of cosmic origin. In Magicians of the Gods, Hancock argues that this impact event is what destroyed the advanced civilization he proposes, that the catastrophe of 12,900 BCE wiped out or severely disrupted a sophisticated prehistoric society, and that the survivors became the mythological teachers, the bringers of civilization, who appear in the earliest historical traditions of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other ancient cultures. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is a real scientific hypothesis, supported by a genuine body of evidence and published in peer-reviewed literature, though it remains contested among specialists. It does not require Hancock's civilizational narrative to be significant. The hypothesis is interesting in its own right as a possible explanation for the Younger Dryas climate event. Hancock's use of it as a mechanism for the destruction of a lost civilization is an additional inference that goes beyond what the hypothesis itself establishes. There is also a dimension of Hancock's work that the scholarly critique sometimes misses: his role in pushing the mainstream toward taking the anomalous evidence more seriously. It is not a coincidence that the marine archaeological investigation of submerged coastal sites has grown significantly as a research priority in the years since Hancock's Underworld drew popular attention to the issue. It is not a coincidence that the Sphinx water erosion debate has generated more formal geological engagement since Hancock popularized Schock's work. It is not a coincidence that questions about the cognitive and social capabilities of late Pleistocene humans have received more serious scholarly attention as the anomalies Hancock highlights have accumulated. Popular writers with large audiences who identify real anomalies and ask genuine questions about them can push the scholarly conversation in productive directions, even when their own explanations are overreaching. The fact that Hancock's specific explanations are not supported by the evidence does not mean that his identification of the anomalies has had no value. It has had value. It has helped drive research that is producing a revised and more accurate picture of human prehistory. The most productive relationship between popular alternative history writers and professional scholars is probably neither the mainstream dismissal of everything the former writes, nor the uncritical acceptance that enthusiastic readers sometimes practice. It is a discriminating engagement that takes the anomalies seriously while being rigorous about the explanations, accepting what the evidence supports, pressing for better evidence where it is lacking, and refusing to accept inferential leaps that the data does not warrant. That discriminating engagement is what tonight's investigation has been trying to model. The next part of tonight's journey is going to examine the most important specific challenge to the astronomical case: the counter-arguments to the Orion correlation and the Leo-Sphinx alignment, and what they do and do not succeed in showing. The astronomical argument for the alternative dating of Giza is, in some respects, more vulnerable to counter-argument than the geological one. The geological argument rests on specific physical features of a specific rock face that can be examined directly. The counter-arguments to the geology require explaining those specific features by alternative mechanisms. And as we discussed in parts 3 and 4, the alternative mechanisms have not fully accounted for all of the features Schoch documents. The geological debate is genuinely unresolved. The astronomical argument rests on pattern recognition, on the claim that the Giza ground plan corresponds to the Orion belt stars, and that this correspondence is most precise at a specific date in the precessional cycle. Pattern recognition arguments are inherently more vulnerable to the charge of motivated reasoning, seeing a pattern because you are looking for one, and the counter-arguments to the astronomical case are in some ways more compelling than those against the geological case. This does not mean the astronomical case is without merit. It means that we need to hold it with a somewhat different degree of confidence than the geological case, and to be alert to the specific methodological problems that archaeoastronomical arguments face. A geological observation of erosion patterns is an empirical claim about a specific physical feature. A claim about a correspondence between a monument plan and a sky map is an interpretive claim that requires methodological choices about how to define and measure the correspondence. The two kinds of claim have different epistemological statuses. Let us examine them carefully. The first and most fundamental counter-argument to the Orion correlation is the precision question. Is the correspondence between the Giza pyramids and the Orion belt stars actually as precise and specific as Bauval claims? Ed Krupp, a professional astronomer and director of the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, has been one of the most detailed critics of the Orion correlation hypothesis. Krupp's critique focuses on a specific problem with Bauval's claim. In order for the Giza pyramids to mirror the Orion belt stars with the orientation Bauval describes, the map has to be turned upside down. The three Giza pyramids run from northeast to southwest, with Khufu in the northeast and Menkaure in the southwest. On the sky, the three Orion belt stars run from north to south as they cross the meridian, the north-south line that passes through the zenith point directly overhead. If you orient the sky map to match the ground map, you have to flip the sky over to put south at the top, effectively, to produce the correspondence that Bauval describes. Krupp argues that this reversal is a significant problem for the correspondence claim. When you mirror the map, you are not reproducing the sky as it appears, but rather a reflected version of the sky. An ancient builder who was designing the ground plan to mirror the sky would presumably be looking at the actual sky, not a mirror image of it. The fact that the correspondence requires a mirror image suggests, Krupp argues, that the correspondence is the result of pattern matching rather than intentional design. Bauval's response to this critique is that the ancient Egyptians may have had a specific reason to mirror the sky in the ground plan, that the sky and the ground were understood as complementary opposites, as above, so below, and that mirroring was therefore intentional rather than evidence of forced correspondence. This response is possible, but it is also somewhat ad hoc. It is difficult to distinguish it from the kind of post hoc rationalization that pattern-matching arguments sometimes produce. The second counter-argument concerns the precision of the correspondence itself. Bauval describes the correspondence as precise, but several critics have noted that it is precise only in certain respects and imprecise in others. The relative positions of the three Giza pyramids do correspond to the relative positions of the three Orion belt stars in terms of the offset of the third element. The smaller Menkaure corresponds to the offset Mintaka, but the scale of the correspondence is not exact, and the orientation is not perfectly aligned in a way that would be expected if the ground plan were a deliberate and precise reproduction of the sky plan. The pyramids are not arranged in a ratio that precisely matches the distances between the belt stars. The orientation of the line of three does not precisely align with the orientation of the belt stars at the claimed date of 10,500 BCE. Bauval's defenders argue that the builders were working at a large scale with imprecise surveying tools, and that the level of precision in the correspondence is impressive given these constraints. Critics argue that if the builders were sophisticated enough to encode a precessional date of 10,500 BCE into the ground plan, they were sophisticated enough to achieve better precision in the correspondence. The third counter-argument is the selection problem, also sometimes called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy in this context. The pattern-matching approach to ancient monuments can produce correspondences with many different celestial configurations, depending on which features of the monument you choose to compare, which stars or constellations you choose to compare them to, and what date you choose to evaluate the comparison. The charge is that Bauval selected the specific features, the specific stars, and the specific date that produced the most impressive correspondence, and that a different researcher using the same approach could find equally impressive correspondences with different celestial configurations. This is a general methodological concern about archaeoastronomy, the study of astronomical practices in ancient cultures, and it is a legitimate one. The field has been criticized for generating speculative correspondences by selectively matching features of ancient sites to features of the sky without sufficient rigor about what would count as a genuine correspondence versus a chance similarity. The specific counterclaim is that if you take three roughly linear objects of different sizes and look for a matching pattern among the many star patterns in the sky, you will almost always find something that looks like a correspondence at some scale and orientation. The Orion belt stars are not the only three roughly linear stars in the sky, and a sufficiently flexible matching criterion will find correspondences between the Giza pyramids and many different celestial patterns. Bauval's defense against this charge is that the Orion belt star correspondence is not just a geometric match, but is embedded in a broader system of symbolic correspondences that makes it specifically meaningful. The Orion-Osiris association in Egyptian religion, the Milky Way-Nile correspondence, the Leo-Sphinx alignment, and the astronomical traditions recorded in the pyramid texts. These additional elements, Bauval argues, raise the improbability of the correspondence being coincidental beyond what the simple geometric match would suggest. This is a reasonable defense, but it is also circular to some degree. The additional elements are themselves pattern-matched correspondences, each of which could independently be the result of selective attention. The fourth counter-argument is the date problem. Even granting the Orion correlation, the claim that the ground plan most precisely corresponds to the sky at 10,500 BCE has been challenged. Other researchers have argued that the correspondence is equally or more precise at dates closer to the conventional construction date, that the specific precessional position Bauval identifies as uniquely matching, the ground plan, is not in fact unique, and that other dates in the precessional cycle produce comparable or better matches. The specific claim that 10,500 BCE represents the uniquely best match depends on how the matching is defined, which elements of the sky plan and the ground plan are being compared, what weighting is given to different elements of the correspondence, and what spatial and angular tolerances are accepted as counting as a match. Critics have argued that Bauval's matching criteria are set up in a way that privileges the 10,500 BCE date, and that more rigorous matching criteria would produce a different result. This is a technical debate that requires specialist expertise in both ancient Egyptian archaeology and archaeoastronomical methodology to evaluate fully. The honest conclusion for a careful non-specialist is that the precision of the Orion correlation's date claim is less well established than the geometric correspondence itself. Where does all of this leave the astronomical case? The core observation that the three Giza pyramids are arranged in a way that resembles the arrangement of the Orion belt stars is a genuine observation that most of Bauval's critics accept. The dispute is about what the correspondence means and how precise it actually is. The claim that the correspondence was intentional, that it was a deliberate design choice by the builders of the Giza complex, is plausible but not established. The alternative explanation, that three roughly linear objects of different sizes in a roughly diagonal arrangement will sometimes resemble three roughly linear stars in a roughly diagonal arrangement, cannot be ruled out. The claim that the correspondence is most precise at 10,500 BCE, the central pillar of the astronomical dating argument, is the most technically contested element of the astronomical case. The precessional calculation itself is accurate. Whether the specific criteria used to establish the 10,500 BCE date as uniquely optimal are the right criteria is contested. The Leo-Sphinx Alignment is, in some ways, a cleaner piece of evidence. The fact that the Sphinx faces due east, that east is astronomically significant in the Egyptian tradition, and that Leo was rising due east at the spring equinox at approximately 10,500 BCE, are each individually well established. The combination of these three facts is genuinely striking, but it is also true that a lion-bodied monument facing east would face Leo at the spring equinox sunrise during any of the several centuries when Leo was on the spring equinox horizon, not only at 10,500 BCE specifically. The astronomical case is thus weaker in its specific date claim than in its basic observation of correspondence. The correspondences between the Giza complex and the sky are real and interesting and unlikely to be purely coincidental given the documented Egyptian religious associations. The specific date of 10,500 BCE as a uniquely significant reference point requires more methodological rigor to establish than the existing literature has provided, and the counter-arguments of Krupp and others have identified genuine weaknesses in the argument that have not been fully resolved. What this means for our overall investigation is that the geological argument remains the stronger of the two evidential lines for the specific date claim, while the astronomical argument provides a broader context of symbolic and religious correspondences that are consistent with the geological date without being sufficient on their own to establish it. In the next part of tonight's journey, we are going to look at what the evidence as a whole suggests about the specific problem of who could have built the Sphinx at the date the geological evidence implies. Before we get there, a brief summary of where the two evidential lines now stand after examining the counter-arguments. The geological argument is the stronger of the two for the specific date claim. Schoch's identification of rainfall erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls has not been convincingly refuted in the 30-plus years since he first presented it. The salt weathering and wind erosion alternatives do not fully account for all the features he documents. The paleoclimatic framework that supports his date range is well established. The main unresolved problem remains the archaeological one. No known society in the Giza region at the required date. The geological argument is genuinely open. The astronomical argument provides a network of interesting correspondences that are consistent with the geological date and are embedded in documented Egyptian religious traditions. Its specific claim about the 10,500 BCE date being uniquely encoded in the ground plan is the most technically contested part of the argument, and the methodological concerns raised by its critics are legitimate. The astronomical case should be held with somewhat less confidence than the geological case, as supporting evidence rather than primary evidence. Taken together, the two lines point in the same direction. Whether that direction leads where they seem to be pointing is the question that honest investigation cannot yet fully answer. Let me add some more texture to the debate over the Orion correlation, because there are specific responses to the counter-arguments that are worth understanding. On the mirror image problem, Bauval's most developed response to Krupp's mirror image critique is to note that in Egyptian cosmological thinking, the relationship between the sky and the earth was understood as a mirror, that the earthly realm was a reflection of the celestial one, and that building a ground plan that reflected the sky rather than directly reproducing it was therefore consistent with Egyptian cosmological logic. He cites specific passages in the pyramid texts and other Egyptian religious literature that describe the relationship between the terrestrial and celestial Nile as a reflective correspondence. Whether this response is convincing depends on how you evaluate the Egyptian textual evidence. Whether the specific passages Bauval cites actually support the reflective correspondence model, or whether they are being interpreted in a way that supports a conclusion Bauval has already reached. Egyptologists who have commented on this aspect of the debate have generally been skeptical that the textual evidence supports the specific mirror image model as clearly as Bauval suggests. On the precision question, the debate about how precisely the pyramids correspond to the belt stars at 10,500 BCE versus other dates is essentially a mathematical question about the specific positions of stars relative to the specific positions of pyramids at specific dates in the precessional cycle. This is, in principle, calculable to a high degree of accuracy. The problem is that the result of the calculation depends on exactly how you define the correspondence, what you are measuring, what tolerances you accept, and what weighting you give to different elements of the match. Different researchers using different definitions have produced different results. What would be needed to resolve this debate is an agreed-upon set of criteria for what counts as a meaningful astronomical correspondence. Criteria defined independently of the specific sites and specific dates being investigated, so that the criteria cannot be adjusted to produce a desired result. This kind of pre-specified matching criterion is standard practice in confirmatory statistical analysis, and its absence from much archaeoastronomical work is a genuine methodological problem. On the selection problem, the most powerful response to the Texas sharpshooter critique is to note that the Orion-Osiris association in Egyptian religion is not a result of Bauval's pattern matching. It is a documented ancient belief, attested in the pyramid texts and other Egyptian religious literature. If the Egyptians themselves associated Orion with Osiris, and if Osiris was associated with the afterlife and the pyramid complex, then choosing Orion as the celestial pattern to match against the Giza ground plan is not arbitrary. It is following the interpretive logic of the culture that built the complex. This response significantly reduces the force of the selection problem critique. The critics are right that archaeoastronomers can produce coincidental pattern matches by selective attention. But if the specific constellation was already culturally associated with the specific monuments, the pattern match is not purely the result of selection. Let me also examine a specific counter-argument that is sometimes raised against the Leo-Sphinx alignment that we have not yet fully addressed. The counter-argument is that the Sphinx does not actually face precisely due east. It faces a direction that is sometimes described as roughly east, but some critics have noted that the precise orientation deviates slightly from the true east direction, and that this deviation is inconsistent with a precise astronomical alignment with the spring equinox sunrise. This critique is more technical than it might appear. The exact direction the Sphinx faces depends on how you measure it, from which point on the monument, using what reference line at what historical date. The Sphinx's body has been significantly modified over the centuries, and establishing the original facing direction with the precision needed to make a specific claim about spring equinox alignment requires careful archaeological measurement rather than simple observation. The measurements that have been published suggest that the Sphinx faces within approximately 1 to 2 degrees of true east, which is consistent with an intentional alignment with the spring equinox sunrise to a level of accuracy that ancient builders could plausibly achieve. Whether the deviation is significant enough to undermine the alignment claim depends on what level of precision you require. And, again, this comes down to the question of criteria. There is also a more fundamental question about whether the spring equinox alignment was the primary astronomical reference for the Sphinx, or whether it was one of several astronomical references that ancient Egyptian monuments encoded. The equinoxes were certainly important in Egyptian religious life, but so were the solstices, the heliacal risings of specific stars, and various other astronomical events. The claim that the Sphinx is specifically aligned to the spring equinox sunrise rather than to some other astronomical event is based partly on the observation of the monument's eastward facing, and partly on the known significance of the spring equinox in Egyptian religion. It is a reasonable interpretation, but it is not the only one. The astronomical counter-arguments taken together do not demolish the case that something astronomically significant is encoded in the Giza complex. They do raise legitimate questions about the precision and specificity of the date claim, and about the methodological rigor of the pattern-matching approach. Let us try to imagine the builders. This is a genuinely difficult exercise because the imagination tends to default either to the familiar, projecting modern sensibilities and modern social structures onto a radically different context, or to the exotic, populating the late Pleistocene with beings so strange and so different from modern humans that they bear little resemblance to what the evidence actually suggests. The truth is probably neither familiar nor exotic, but something that requires careful calibration against what we actually know. Not the science fiction version, not the inhabitants of a technologically advanced civilization with electricity and sophisticated metallurgy and global communications, the kind of lost civilization that popular alternative history sometimes imagines. Let us try to imagine a realistic version, what a society capable of carving the Sphinx would actually have needed to look like, given what we know about human biological and cultural capacity at approximately 10,500 BCE. This exercise is useful because it helps clarify what the alternative chronology actually requires, as distinct from what some of its more enthusiastic proponents sometimes seem to claim. The evidence at Giza, if Schoch and Boval are correct, requires that a specific capability existed in or near the Nile Valley at a specific time. Understanding precisely what capability is required, no more and no less, is essential for evaluating whether such a capability is plausible given the broader context of late Pleistocene human life. What would have been required to carve the Sphinx? Let us start with the physical requirements. The Sphinx is carved from a natural limestone knoll in the bedrock of the Giza Plateau. Carving it required the removal of roughly 2.5 to 3 million cubic feet of limestone, the stone that was removed from all sides of the original knoll to create both the Sphinx body and the enclosure that surrounds it. This stone was cut using stone tools and possibly wooden or bone wedges to pry away loosened sections. The cutting process was labor-intensive and slow by modern standards, but it did not require any technology beyond what is documented for the Neolithic period. The tools needed to carve limestone at this scale are well understood. Harder stone, dolerite, flint, granite, can be used to abrade and cut softer limestone. The ancient Egyptians of the historical period used copper chisels and dolerite pounding balls for their masonry work, but copper was not necessary. Stone-on-stone working can produce comparable results, though more slowly. Göbekli Tepe was built using stone tools before the development of metalworking, and its T-shaped pillars show sophisticated carving of hard limestone and basalt. The scale of the Sphinx carving project is large, but not unprecedented in the context of what hunter-gatherer and early agricultural societies have been shown to achieve. Göbekli Tepe required the movement and erection of stones weighing up to 20 tons, organized over a period of several centuries. The construction of the Sphinx enclosure and the carving of the Sphinx body is comparable in scale and organizational complexity to Göbekli Tepe. Though the specific technical requirements are different, it is worth specifying the scale more precisely. The Sphinx is roughly 73 meters long and 20 meters tall. The enclosure that surrounds it is roughly 72 meters long, 19 meters wide, and up to 9 meters deep. Carving this enclosure required removing a substantial volume of rock from around a natural limestone knoll using stone tools over what must have been a period of years to decades. A workforce of several hundred people working with appropriate tools could accomplish this within a generation. There is no engineering requirement that exceeds late Pleistocene capability. So the physical tools and techniques needed to carve the Sphinx were available, in principle, in the late Pleistocene period. What the alternative chronology requires is not a society with advanced metallurgy or powered machinery. It requires a society with stone tools, organized labor, and the willingness to invest significant communal effort in a single, monumental project. Göbekli Tepe has shown that such societies existed at the required date. What would have been required to conceive and plan the Sphinx? If the Sphinx was designed to align with specific astronomical features, to face the spring equinox sunrise, to embody the form of Leo at a specific point in the precessional cycle, then the builders needed some form of astronomical knowledge. Specifically, they needed to be able to track the positions of stars over time and to understand that the precessional cycle caused those positions to change. How sophisticated a form of astronomical knowledge would this require? Less sophisticated than it might seem. Precession is a slow but observable phenomenon. If a community maintains detailed astronomical records across several generations, tracking where specific stars rise on the horizon at specific times of year, the systematic shift produced by precession becomes apparent within a few centuries. The rate of precession is roughly 1 degree every 72 years, which means that the spring equinox sunrise position shifts by 1 degree in that time. A shift that is detectable by careful observation over 2 or 3 human generations. A community that maintained careful astronomical records across a few generations could in principle detect precession, could track the rate of its progression, and could extrapolate backward or forward in time to determine where specific stars were at earlier or later dates. This does not require sophisticated mathematics in the modern sense. It requires careful observation, consistent record keeping, and the ability to identify patterns in the data. The ancient Egyptians of the historical period were certainly capable of this kind of astronomical observation. The alignment of temples to specific astronomical events, solstices, equinoxes, the heliacal risings of specific stars, is documented throughout Egyptian history. The pyramid texts preserve astronomical knowledge that suggests a sophisticated and detailed understanding of the night sky. The question is whether this kind of astronomical sophistication existed in the Nile Valley as early as 10,500 BCE. the evidence from Göbekli Tepe is relevant here too. Several researchers have argued that Göbekli Tepe's enclosures are oriented towards specific astronomical events, the setting of specific stars, the winter solstice sunrise. If correct, this would indicate that sophisticated astronomical observation was being practiced in the Near East at exactly the period in question. The astronomical interpretation of Göbekli Tepe is contested, but it is not implausible. What would a realistic 10,500 BCE builder society have looked like? Based on the capabilities required and the archaeological evidence of what late Pleistocene human societies were actually doing, a realistic picture would look something like this. A community or network of communities living along the Nile Valley or its vicinity in the late Pleistocene. Not farmers. Agriculture had not yet been developed in Egypt at this date. Hunter-gatherers, or possibly in the early stages of a proto-agricultural relationship with specific plants and animals. Likely small in terms of any individual community, but potentially organized into larger networks for specific cooperative purposes, as Göbekli Tepe appears to have required. These people would have been anatomically modern humans, biologically indistinguishable from people alive today. Their cognitive capacity was fully modern. Their capacity for language, symbolic thought, long-term planning, social organization, and the development of complex cultural traditions was identical to our own. The only differences from modern humans were cultural. They had fewer accumulated technologies, fewer stored discoveries, fewer transmitted techniques. But their underlying capacity to observe, to learn, to plan, and to cooperate was the same as ours. They would have had detailed knowledge of the night sky, accumulated across generations of careful observation in environments with minimal light pollution. The night sky available to a late Pleistocene community along the Nile would have been extraordinarily clear and detailed. The Milky Way brightly visible, the individual stars and their positions tracked across years and decades and generations by specialists whose role it was to remember and transmit this knowledge. They would have had the organizational capacity to mobilize significant communal labor for specific purposes. Again, Göbekli Tepe demonstrates this. The building of Göbekli Tepe required not just local organization, but regional cooperation. The movement of large stones required more people than any single small community could provide, and the evidence suggests that the site served as a gathering point for communities across a wide area. A similar organizational capacity along the Nile would have been sufficient to carve the Sphinx. They would have had the religious and cosmological motivation to undertake such a project. Göbekli Tepe also demonstrates this. The site appears to have been a ritual or ceremonial center rather than a habitation site, suggesting that the investment of enormous communal effort in monumental construction was motivated by religious or cosmological purposes. A community that understood the spring equinox sunrise as cosmologically significant and that wished to mark or commemorate that significance in stone would have had clear motivation for carving a lion-bodied monument aligned with the spring equinox horizon. This is the realistic version of the alternative chronology's builder society. Not a global high-tech civilization. Not a society with powers beyond what late Pleistocene humans possessed. A community of anatomically modern humans in a specific place, with specific astronomical knowledge accumulated across generations, with the organizational capacity to mobilize communal labor for a specific purpose, and with the religious motivation to invest that labor in a monumental project. Is such a society plausible in the Nile Valley at 10,500 BCE? Let me first note something that is sometimes overlooked in this discussion. The Nile Valley at 10,500 BCE was not a hostile or empty environment. The African humid period was underway or approaching. The Sahara was becoming wetter. The Nile Valley itself was surrounded by grassland and savanna rather than desert. The specific location where the Giza Plateau sits would have been in the transition zone between the lush Nile floodplain and the surrounding semi-arid landscape, a rich and varied environment for hunter-gatherer populations. Population densities along productive river valleys during the late Pleistocene could have been relatively high by hunter-gatherer standards. A river that produces reliable fish runs, a floodplain that supports diverse animal populations, and surrounding terrain that offers varied plant foods would support a population density that might surprise those who imagine the late Pleistocene as uniformly sparse and marginal. The honest answer is, we do not know, but we cannot say it is impossible. The biological capacity for such a society was present. Our species was fully modern. The organizational and cognitive capacity has been demonstrated at Göbekli Tepe at the right approximate date. The absence of direct archaeological evidence for such a society in the Nile region at that date remains the fundamental problem, and it remains genuinely unresolved. What we can say is that the alternative chronology does not require the science fiction lost civilization. It requires something considerably more modest and considerably more plausible given what we now know about the capabilities of late Pleistocene humanity. Let me close this part with a thought about what the realistic version of the alternative chronology implies for how we understand ourselves. If late Pleistocene humans, anatomically and cognitively identical to modern people, living as hunter-gatherers along the Nile with stone tools and an astronomical tradition accumulated across generations, were capable of conceiving and constructing the Sphinx, then what this tells us is not that our prehistoric ancestors were mysterious or supernatural. It tells us that they were us, the same capacity for observation, planning, symbolic thought, social organization, and the investment of communal effort in things that matter. The capacity for the kind of project that the Sphinx represents was present in human beings 12,500 years ago. That is not a diminishing of the monument. It is an expansion of what we understand human beings to have always been capable of. Let me develop the astronomical knowledge question in more detail, because it is often misunderstood. The claim that late Pleistocene people tracked precession is sometimes treated as inherently implausible, as if noticing the slow drift of star positions over centuries would require an observatory, a university, a library. It would require none of these things. It would require only what all human communities have always had: acute sensory attention to the night sky, good memory for specific observations, a tradition of transmitting those memories to the next generation, and enough time for the pattern to become visible. Consider what a single community observing the spring equinox sunrise position over 3 generations might notice. In the first generation, a specialist notes precisely where on the horizon the sun rises on the spring equinox, marked by a specific tree or rock formation or built marker. In the second generation, the same specialist role notes that the sunrise position has shifted slightly, not enough to be obviously significant, but visible against the fixed marker. In the third generation, the shift is more apparent, and the question arises, is this a regular pattern? By the 4th or 5th generation, a community that has kept careful records has enough data to identify precession as a systematic phenomenon. This is not sophisticated astronomical mathematics. It is careful observation and record-keeping across a few generations. Exactly the kind of practice that would have been central to the knowledge systems of hunter-gatherer societies that depended on precise seasonal timing for their survival. Communities that tracked the seasonal movements of animal herds, the flowering and fruiting times of plant species, the timing of fish runs. These communities would have maintained exactly the kind of careful, multi-generational environmental observation that precession detection requires. The astronomical knowledge needed to design the Sphinx and the Giza ground plan does not require modern science. It requires the kind of careful, patient, multi-generational attention to the natural world that was the survival technology of late Pleistocene humanity. This point deserves emphasis because one of the most common implicit assumptions in the debate about prehistoric human capability is that sophisticated knowledge requires sophisticated institutions, universities, observatories, libraries, the apparatus of literate civilization. This assumption is wrong. The most sophisticated body of astronomical knowledge in the history of humanity was accumulated by traditional peoples across the world over thousands of years, using nothing more than careful observation, good memory, and the habit of telling the next generation what they had learned. Let me also address the specific question of what organizational form a 10,500 BCE builder society might have taken, because this is often where the alternative chronology argument loses touch with realistic possibilities. One of the key insights from Göbekli Tepe is that the construction of the site appears to have required regional cooperation between multiple communities. The stones at Göbekli Tepe are too large and too numerous to have been quarried, transported and erected by a single small hunter-gatherer band. The site appears to have been a gathering place, a ceremonial center that drew communities together from across a wide region for cooperative construction and ritual activity. This model of regional cooperative construction is relevant to the Sphinx question. A single small community living near the Giza Plateau in 10,500 BCE probably could not have carved the Sphinx on its own. But if the Giza site was understood as a cosmologically significant location, a place where specific astronomical events could be observed with particular clarity, or a place where the landscape had specific sacred associations, it could have drawn regional cooperation from a network of communities across a significant area. The Nile Valley, even in the late Pleistocene, was a resource-rich environment that would have supported relatively dense hunter-gatherer populations compared to the surrounding desert. The river provided fish, the floodplain provided game and plant foods, and the predictable seasonal flooding created a rich and productive ecosystem. A regional network of communities in the Nile Valley, connected by shared cosmological traditions and periodic gathering for ritual purposes, is entirely consistent with what we know about the capabilities of late Pleistocene humanity. None of this constitutes evidence that such a society actually existed and actually carved the Sphinx. It constitutes an argument that the existence of such a society is not implausible, given what we know about late Pleistocene human capabilities and social organization. The argument from implausibility was always the weakest objection to the alternative chronology. The argument from absence of evidence is considerably stronger, and it remains the most powerful challenge that the alternative chronology must confront. But as we discussed in Part 8, absence of evidence and evidence of absence are different things. The absence of evidence for a late Pleistocene builder society in the Nile region is partly the result of what has been excavated and where, and partly the result of the sea level argument, which we will develop in the next part of tonight's journey. At the end of the last ice age, the world lost an enormous amount of land. It lost it to the sea. This is not a poetic statement. It is a geological fact. Between roughly 20,000 and 7,000 years ago, as the ice sheets that had covered much of North America and northern Europe melted, the water they contained returned to the world's oceans. Sea levels rose by approximately 120 to 130 meters over this period, a rise so dramatic that it fundamentally reshaped every coastline on Earth. To understand what this means, consider the continental shelves, the underwater platforms that in many parts of the world are extremely shallow, sometimes less than 50 meters deep, even hundreds of kilometers from shore. The shallow underwater platforms that extend outward from the continents before the ocean floor drops sharply away into the deep sea. During the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, sea levels were so low that much of what is now underwater continental shelf was dry land. The coastlines of that time were 120 meters lower than today, meaning that enormous areas of currently submerged continental shelf were above water. How much land? The total area of the continental shelves that were above water during the last glacial maximum and are now submerged is estimated at roughly 27 million square kilometers, an area larger than Africa, representing roughly 1/5 of the current total land area of the planet. These areas included the fertile coastal plains at the mouths of major rivers, the shallow seas between landmasses that are now open water, the broad continental shelves of Southeast Asia, the North Sea basin between Britain and continental Europe, and the vast lowland plain that connected the landmasses of what are now Indonesia, Malaysia, and mainland Southeast Asia. These drowned lands were not empty, they were inhabited. An area larger than Africa gone beneath the sea since the end of the last ice age. Not geological wasteland, but living, settled human territory. Human beings, like most terrestrial animals, tend to concentrate along coastlines and in river valleys. These environments offer the greatest density and diversity of food resources. Fish, shellfish, coastal mammals, migratory birds, the plant foods of floodplains and estuaries. The richest and most productive environments for hunter-gatherer populations are typically at the interface between land and water, and the richest coastal environments of the late Pleistocene world were precisely the ones that are now underwater. This creates a systematic bias in the archaeological record that is only beginning to be seriously addressed. The conventional picture of human prehistory is based almost entirely on evidence from sites that are above sea level today. Sites that were in the interior of continents during the late Pleistocene, or high enough above sea level to remain above water through the post-glacial rise. The evidence from the coastal environments where late Pleistocene humans were most densely concentrated, the environments that would most likely show evidence of complex, organized society, is systematically missing from the record because it is at the bottom of the sea. This is not speculation. The physical geography is established. The behavioral tendency of human populations to concentrate in coastal and riverine environments is well documented. The gap in the archaeological record that results from the combination of these two facts is real and acknowledged by mainstream archaeologists, even if the implications are not always fully confronted. What does this mean for the question of the Sphinx? The Sphinx is on the Giza Plateau, which is an inland site roughly 15 kilometers from the Nile. The Giza Plateau itself is not on a drowned continental shelf, and the evidence for the Sphinx's age, if Schoch is correct, would not have been drowned by sea level rise. This is a genuine limitation of the sea level argument as a response to the specific question of where the Sphinx's builder society left its traces. But the sea level argument is relevant to the broader question of whether sophisticated human societies existed at the required date in the general region. If sophisticated coastal communities were living on the shores of the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Nile Delta, environments that have all been significantly transformed by sea level rise, then the absence of trace evidence from those communities in the archaeological record would be precisely what we would expect, regardless of whether those communities were connected to the Giza site. The Nile itself is relevant here. The late Pleistocene Nile flowed through a landscape that is substantially different from today. The river's lower course near what is now the delta and the coastal plain was considerably different in the period around 10,500 BCE. The delta itself would have extended into the Mediterranean basin in a different configuration, and the coastal plain at the river's mouth was a different shape and extent than today. Communities living in the lower Nile region at 10,500 BCE would have been living in an environment that has since been significantly transformed by sea level rise, alluviation, and the deposition of millennia of Nile sediment. The probability that a sophisticated community living in the lower Nile region at 10,500 BCE would have left archaeological traces that survive to the present day is genuinely low. Not because such a community would have been small or unsophisticated, but because the specific environment it inhabited has been buried under centuries of Nile sediment, inundated by Mediterranean sea level rise, and transformed by 12,000 years of continuing human occupation of one of the most heavily settled regions in the world. Let us consider the specific timescale of the sea level rise, because it is worth understanding how rapidly this transformation happened. The sea level rise following the last ice age was not a smooth, gradual process. It was punctuated by episodes of rapid rise, periods when the melting of ice sheets accelerated and sea levels rose by several meters in a century or less. The most dramatic of these episodes, known as meltwater pulses, occurred at roughly 14,600 BCE and 11,300 BCE. The meltwater pulse at 11,300 BCE, approximately 1,200 years before the date Schoch and Boval point toward for the Sphinx, produced a rapid sea level rise of 10 to 15 meters in a period of roughly a few centuries. A rise of 10 to 15 meters in a few centuries would have been catastrophic for coastal communities. For people whose settlements were established at sea level, a rise of this speed meant watching the sea advance at roughly 5 to 8 centimeters per year, slow enough to be barely perceptible in any single year, fast enough to swallow beaches and flood campsites within a human lifetime. Villages that had been established for generations would have been engulfed within a few human lifetimes. Not slowly enough to allow comfortable adaptation, but quickly enough to require rapid abandonment of settled areas and displacement to higher ground. This kind of repeated, rapid displacement of coastal populations could easily produce the kind of cultural memory that later traditions describe as a great flood, a catastrophic inundation that ended a way of life and required the survivors to begin again in a different environment. The meltwater pulse at 11,300 BCE is geologically real and well documented. If communities were living on the coastal plains of the Mediterranean, the Red Sea, or the Lower Nile at that time, they would have experienced exactly the kind of rapid, catastrophic inundation that global flood traditions describe. The specific timing, roughly 1,000 years before the date that both the geological and astronomical arguments point toward for the Sphinx, is consistent with the hypothesis that the cultural trauma of the meltwater pulse contributed to the cosmological traditions that are encoded in the monument complex. This is a speculative hypothesis. It cannot be confirmed with the evidence currently available. But it is a hypothesis that connects specific geological events of known timing to specific cultural traditions in a way that is internally coherent. Let me also say something about the current state of marine archaeology and what it is beginning to find on the drowned continental shelves. Marine archaeology, the systematic investigation of submerged sites using underwater excavation techniques, is a relatively young discipline. The practical challenges of underwater excavation, the expense of the equipment required, and the vast area of drowned continental shelf to be investigated have limited the systematic survey of these sites. But the field is developing rapidly, and early results are beginning to suggest that the drowned shelves contain significant evidence of past human occupation. Sites have been identified off the coasts of Britain, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Germany on the bed of the North Sea. Once a broad plain connecting Britain to continental Europe that was progressively drowned as sea levels rose between 12,000 and 7,000 BCE. The North Sea sites include evidence of hunter-gatherer occupation, including worked stone artifacts, animal bones, and traces of campsites. A few sites have been found at depths of up to 30 meters, dating to periods when those areas were dry land. Similar surveys of drowned continental shelves in other parts of the world are in their early stages, and the results are fragmentary. But the North Sea evidence confirms that human occupation of the drowned shelves was real, and that at least some evidence of that occupation survives in the archaeological record, despite the challenges of preservation and investigation. For the questions we are pursuing tonight, whether sophisticated human activity occurred in or near Egypt at 10,500 BCE, and whether the absence of evidence for such activity in the current record is meaningful. The sea level argument remains relevant and important. The absence of evidence in the inland archaeological record of the Nile region at 10,500 BCE is a genuine problem for the alternative chronology. But it is a problem that should be weighed against the systematic bias toward inland sites in the existing record, and against the known transformation of the coastal environments where complex human activity would most likely have been concentrated. The sea level argument does not prove the alternative chronology. It establishes that the absence of evidence is not as decisive as it might initially appear. This is perhaps the most important methodological point of tonight's investigation. Absence of evidence is informative only when the evidence collection effort has been comprehensive and systematic. For inland Giza, where more than a century of intensive Egyptological work has produced an extraordinarily detailed picture of the site, the absence of evidence for pre-Old Kingdom monumental construction is genuinely significant. For the drowned continental shelves near Egypt, where essentially no systematic underwater survey has been conducted, the absence of evidence tells us almost nothing. Understanding this distinction between evidence that has been looked for and not found versus evidence from areas that have not been looked at is essential for evaluating the alternative chronology honestly. The geological and astronomical arguments for an older Sphinx rest on evidence that exists and can be examined. The main counter-argument, the absence of a known builder civilization, rests partly on evidence that has been looked for in some places and not others, and partly on the expectation that such a civilization would necessarily have left traces in the places that have been most thoroughly investigated. That expectation, like so many expectations about the capabilities and behaviors of prehistoric humans, may simply be wrong. Let me put the scale of the sea level rise in terms that make it more concrete. During the last glacial maximum, roughly 20,000 years ago, you could have walked on dry land from Britain to France, from Siberia to Alaska, from mainland Southeast Asia to what is now the Indonesian archipelago. These connections were not marginal strips of exposed land. They were broad, fertile plains, often hundreds of kilometers wide, drained by major rivers and supporting productive ecosystems. The land bridge between Britain and continental Europe, Doggerland as archaeologists call it, was a region roughly the size of France or Texas, with rivers, lakes, and the coastal environments that supported dense hunter-gatherer populations. Doggerland began flooding as sea levels rose after the last ice age. By roughly 10,000 BCE, much of it was already underwater. By 5000 BCE, it was gone entirely, leaving only the Dogger Bank, a shallow area of the North Sea, as a remnant of what had once been habitable land. The North Sea archaeology we mentioned above is the first systematic attempt to investigate what Doggerland's inhabitants left behind. The Southeast Asian equivalent, the large landmass that connected mainland Asia to the Indonesian islands during the last glacial maximum, sometimes called Sonderland, had an area comparable to Western Europe and supported, according to the genetic and population evidence, some of the earliest modern human populations to reach that part of the world. Sonderland began flooding roughly 18,000 years ago and was substantially inundated by 7,000 BCE. The rivers that once drained this vast lowland are now submerged river channels, visible in the bathymetry of the South China Sea. These are real places, now real seafloors, where real people lived for thousands of years. Their archaeological record is underwater. The human consequences of these inundations were not simply the loss of land. They were the repeated displacement of established communities, the loss of food sources, the disruption of cultural continuity, and the traumatic transformation of familiar landscapes into open sea within the span of 1 or 2 human generations. The speed of the most dramatic episodes of sea level rise, the meltwater pulses, was fast enough to be a genuine catastrophe for any community that had established itself in low-lying coastal areas. These events left their mark on human cultural memory. The global distribution of flood traditions that describe the sea advancing and swallowing a once habitable world, may in part reflect the genuine, widespread human experience of exactly this process, repeated across different coastlines at different times over a period of roughly 13,000 years. The Mediterranean is also relevant. During the last glacial maximum, the Mediterranean sea level was roughly 120 meters lower than today, which means that the coastline was significantly further out from the current shore. The mouths of rivers like the Nile would have extended much further into the Mediterranean basin. The Nile Delta would have been positioned differently and would have had different ecological characteristics. Communities living at the Nile's mouth in 10,500 BCE would have been living in an environment that is now well offshore. Let me also address the specific objection that the sea level argument is a conveniently unfalsifiable response to the archaeological problem, that it explains the absence of evidence by appealing to evidence that is inaccessible and therefore cannot be tested. This objection has some force, but it is not as decisive as it might seem. The sea level argument is not unfalsifiable. It is currently unverified, which is different. Marine archaeological surveys of the drowned continental shelves adjacent to Egypt are technically possible, though they are expensive and logistically challenging. As marine archaeology develops, and as the technology for underwater survey and excavation improves, it will become increasingly possible to test whether the drowned shelves near Egypt contain evidence of complex human occupation at the relevant dates. The North Sea evidence shows that such evidence can survive in the archaeological record, despite the challenges of underwater preservation and investigation. Whether similar evidence exists on the drowned shelves near Egypt is an empirical question that will eventually be answerable. The failure to have found such evidence yet is a reflection of the limited state of marine archaeology in this region, not a definitive absence. This is a different kind of absence of evidence from, say, the absence of evidence for a sophisticated inland society at Giza at 10,500 BCE. The inland Giza region has been extensively explored and excavated over more than a century of intensive archaeological work. The absence of evidence there is more difficult to explain away. The underwater shelves near Egypt have barely been investigated. The absence there is less informative. The sea level argument, properly understood, is not a claim that all the evidence is conveniently underwater. It is a claim that the specific category of evidence that would be most relevant, the coastal and estuarine environments where complex late Pleistocene communities would most likely have been concentrated, is precisely the category of evidence that is most systematically absent from the current record due to known geological processes. That is not special pleading, it is an observation about the systematic structure of the available evidence and its known limitations. We have spent 13 parts building a detailed picture of the alternative chronology evidence, the geological argument, the astronomical argument, the broader context of anomalous ancient dates, the realistic portrait of a late Pleistocene builder society, and the sea-level explanation for the absence of direct evidence. It is time in this penultimate analytical part to give the mainstream response its fullest and most honest hearing. Not a caricature of the mainstream, not the dismissive, authority-based rejection that alternative history writers sometimes accurately criticize. The actual mainstream case, presented as fairly as the alternative chronology has been presented, so that by the end of tonight's investigation, we have genuinely examined both sides with equal rigor. This kind of equal rigor is harder to achieve than it might sound. There is a natural tendency in any investigation that has spent considerable time presenting one side's evidence and arguments to become somewhat partial to that side, to find its arguments more compelling, to give it more benefit of the doubt. Intellectually honest investigation requires a constant effort to resist this tendency and to apply the same standards of evidence and argument to both sides. The mainstream response to the alternative chronology has several distinct components, and it is worth distinguishing them carefully. The first component is the evidential case for the conventional dating, which we examined in Part 2. This case rests on the Mera papyrus, the workers' village at Giza, the relief chamber inscriptions, the developmental sequence of pyramid construction, the broader framework of Egyptian historical chronology, and radiocarbon dating. This evidence is real, solid, and substantial. It has not been fabricated, it has not been exaggerated, and it has not been fully addressed by the alternative chronology arguments. The Mera papyrus in particular describes activities that are clearly connected to the construction of the Great Pyramid complex during the reign of Khufu. If the pyramid complex we see today was not built in the Old Kingdom period, then the Mera papyrus is describing something other than what it appears to describe. The mainstream Egyptologist's position is essentially this: the evidence for Old Kingdom construction of the Giza pyramid complex is strong, multiple, and internally consistent. The alternative chronology arguments are based on contested interpretations of ambiguous physical evidence. When these two bodies of evidence are weighed against each other, the conventional timeline is the more defensible conclusion. It is also worth noting that the mainstream position on the Giza dating has been reinforced by significant recent discoveries. The Mera papyrus, found in 2013, was not known when Schoch and Boval made their original arguments in the 1990s. It provides the most direct documentary evidence yet for Old Kingdom construction of the Great Pyramid complex. Its discovery has strengthened the conventional case without fully resolving the anomalies that the alternative chronology identifies. This is a reasonable position. It is not unreasonable to weight multiple convergent lines of well-established evidence more heavily than two contested interpretive arguments. The question is whether the weighting is correct, whether the mainstream has given appropriate weight to the specific anomalies that Schoch and Boval identify, or whether it has dismissed those anomalies without adequate engagement. The second component of the mainstream response is the methodological critique of the alternative arguments. On the geological argument, the mainstream position is that Schoch's identification of the enclosure wall erosion as rainfall-driven is contested, that the alternative mechanisms, salt weathering and differential limestone erosion, have not been ruled out, and that in the context of all the other evidence pointing to Old Kingdom construction, the most parsimonious conclusion is that the erosion has a conventional explanation that has simply not yet been fully specified. This is not an unreasonable position. The geological debate is genuinely unresolved, and in such cases it is legitimate to weight the unresolved geological argument against the well-established historical evidence, and to conclude that the historical evidence is more reliable. On the astronomical argument, the mainstream position is that the Orion correlation requires a mirror image mapping of the sky onto the ground, that the precision of the correspondence is overstated by Beauval, that the selection of Orion as the comparison target is not fully independent of the specific correspondence claimed, and that the date of 10,500 BCE as a uniquely significant reference point in the precessional cycle has not been established with the methodological rigor that such a claim would require. These are, as we discussed in Part 11, legitimate critiques that Beauval has not fully answered. The third component is the explanatory burden argument. Even if the geological and astronomical anomalies are real, explaining them requires proposing a society that is not only entirely absent from the archaeological record, but for which no trace has been found, despite extensive investigation of the Giza region over more than a century. The mainstream position is that this explanatory burden is very high, that proposing an unknown, undocumented, archaeologically invisible society, capable of monumental construction at a date more than 5,000 years before the oldest known comparable structures, is an extraordinary claim requiring extraordinary evidence. The evidence that Schoch and Beauval provide, contested erosion patterns and debated astronomical correspondences, does not constitute extraordinary evidence in the mainstream's assessment. This is the classic Sagan standard. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The alternative chronology is an extraordinary claim. The evidence in its favor is not ordinary, but whether it rises to the level of extraordinary is the central point of disagreement. The fourth component is what might be called the implausibility cascade. Even granting the geological and astronomical arguments, the mainstream notes that the alternative chronology creates additional problems beyond the absence of the builder civilization. If the Sphinx was built at 10,500 BCE, why does it fit so perfectly into the design of the Fourth Dynasty Pyramid complex? A complex whose specific design, astronomical alignments, and architectural features are consistent with Old Kingdom Egyptian culture and not with any known or proposed pre-Ice Age culture. If the builders of the Sphinx had the capability and the astronomical sophistication to produce the monument, where are the other traces of their activity? Why is the Sphinx the only monument of such ambition from that period, rather than one of a series? These questions do not refute the alternative chronology, but they illustrate that accepting it creates as many puzzles as it resolves. An adequate alternative chronology would need to account not only for the erosion evidence, but for the architectural integration of the Sphinx into the Fourth Dynasty complex, the absence of any other Sphinx-comparable monuments from the period, and the silence of the pre-Fourth Dynasty Egyptian archaeological record. The fifth component is a point about the sociology of the debate. Mainstream Egyptologists note that the alternative chronology has been advanced primarily by non-specialists. A geologist working outside his primary field of expertise, a construction engineer turned amateur archaeoastronomer, and a journalist with a popular audience. These individuals have produced arguments that have attracted enormous public attention, but that have not persuaded the specialists in Egyptian archaeology and Egyptological history. The mainstream position is that this pattern, popular attention without specialist acceptance, is itself evidence that the arguments, while superficially compelling, do not hold up under expert scrutiny. This argument has some validity, but it also has significant limitations. Expert consensus is a useful heuristic in science, but it is not the same as truth, and the history of science contains many examples of important discoveries made by outsiders and dismissed by the establishment before being eventually recognized. The dismissal of Schoch's argument by Egyptologists who are not trained in limestone geology is not more authoritative than Schoch's argument itself. It is simply a different expert opinion from a different domain. The mainstream's strongest arguments are the evidential ones: the Mira papyrus, the workers' village, the developmental sequence, rather than the sociological ones about who is making the alternative case. An argument is not wrong because a non-specialist makes it, and it is not right because specialists dismiss it. The evidence is what matters. Let me now assess where the mainstream case is strongest and where it is weakest. The mainstream case is strongest in its positive evidence: the Mira papyrus, the workers' village, the developmental pyramid sequence. These constitute genuine, well-established evidence for Old Kingdom construction of the Giza complex, and any alternative chronology must account for them. The mainstream case is weakest in its engagement with the specific anomalies that Schoch and Bauval identify. The dismissal of the erosion argument without a convincing alternative explanation for the specific features Schoch documents is not adequate engagement. The dismissal of the Orion correlation without addressing the documented Orion-Osiris association in Egyptian religion is not adequate engagement. The maintenance of the conventional timeline without acknowledging the evidential challenges that the alternative chronology poses is not the kind of rigorous, evidence-respecting practice that science aspires to. The most honest assessment of the mainstream position is that it is probably correct about the Old Kingdom origin of the pyramid complex as we see it today, and that the most plausible single explanation for the Giza complex remains the conventional one. But the mainstream has not fully accounted for the anomalies that the alternative chronology identifies, and the treatment of those anomalies has sometimes been dismissive rather than genuinely investigative. The Sphinx remains genuinely puzzling. The erosion on its enclosure walls remains genuinely unexplained by any mechanism that the mainstream has offered. The astronomical correspondences remain genuinely interesting in the context of documented Egyptian religious traditions. These are puzzles that deserve continued investigation, not because the alternative chronology is certainly correct, but because the conventional explanation has not fully resolved them. And unresolved puzzles in ancient history are worth taking seriously, because they are where understanding advances. In the final analytical part of tonight's investigation, we are going to try to draw together everything we have examined and produce the most honest overall assessment of where the evidence stands, what it supports, what it fails to support, and what questions it leaves open for future research. Let me develop the implausibility cascade argument more fully, because it is one of the mainstream's more compelling points. The Sphinx does not exist in isolation at Giza. It is part of a complex that includes the Great Pyramid, the Pyramid of Khafra, the Pyramid of Menkaure, the valley temples, the causeways, and various other structures. These elements are architecturally integrated with each other in ways that suggest they were designed and built as a coherent complex, not assembled over thousands of years from disparate pieces. If the Sphinx is considerably older than the pyramid complex, then there are two possibilities. Either the Fourth Dynasty builders incorporated an existing monument, one built by an entirely different, unknown culture, into a complex of their own design, in a way that made the Sphinx appear to be an integral part of their complex. Or the Fourth Dynasty builders modified an existing monument to serve their purposes, shaping or recutting the Sphinx's features to fit their cosmological system. Both possibilities are not impossible, but both require the Fourth Dynasty builders to have behaved in ways that are not well documented anywhere in the Egyptian architectural tradition. The Egyptians certainly built upon existing sites and incorporated older structures into new ones. But the degree of architectural integration between the Sphinx and the Fourth Dynasty complex, the spatial relationship between the Sphinx, the Valley Temple, the Causeway, and the Pyramid of Khafra, goes beyond simple incorporation and suggests intentional co-design. This is one of the reasons that the most intellectually coherent version of the alternative chronology is the one that distinguishes between the design of the complex and the physical construction of most of it. If the overall design, including the relationship between the Sphinx, the pyramid positions, and the astronomical alignments, was conceived at or near 10,500 BCE, and if the Fourth Dynasty builders were then executing that pre-existing design using their own construction methods, then the architectural integration is explained without requiring either a fully pre-Fourth Dynasty construction or a purely Fourth Dynasty one. This is a more sophisticated hypothesis than the simple claim that the Sphinx is just older, but it is also a more speculative one, requiring not just an earlier civilization, but an earlier civilization whose design tradition was preserved and implemented by the Old Kingdom Egyptians thousands of years later. Whether such a tradition of design preservation is plausible is a question about how knowledge is transmitted across long timescales, a question we are not yet in a position to answer definitively. Let me also address a specific strand of the mainstream response that is sometimes raised in the context of the Sphinx's face. The mainstream position on the Sphinx's face is that it represents the pharaoh Khafra, based on comparisons between the Sphinx's facial features and the features of Khafra portrait statues from the Fourth Dynasty. This identification, if correct, would be strong evidence that the Sphinx was carved in the Fourth Dynasty, since the face is generally understood to be an original feature of the monument rather than a later modification. The alternative chronology's response that the face has been recarved and that the original face may have been a lion's head is speculative and has not been confirmed. But it is worth noting that the specific identification of the Sphinx's face as Khafra is not universally accepted even within mainstream Egyptology. Several Egyptologists have noted that the facial proportions of the Sphinx are not a particularly close match for the Khafra portraits, and that the identification rests partly on circumstantial evidence. The Sphinx's location near Khafra's pyramid and its orientation toward Khafra's Valley Temple, rather than on an unambiguous facial match. The mainstream's position on the face is stronger than the alternative chronology's recarving hypothesis, but it is not as conclusive as it is sometimes presented. The face is a genuinely ambiguous piece of evidence. There is also a more general point about ambiguous evidence that is worth making in the context of this debate. Both the conventional timeline and the alternative chronology are based on the interpretation of evidence that is, in various ways, ambiguous. The erosion patterns on the Sphinx enclosure walls are ambiguous, consistent with rainfall erosion, but not exclusively explained by it. The Orion correlation is ambiguous. A genuine geometric correspondence that may or may not be intentional, and that may or may not encode a specific date. The Mera papyrus is unambiguous about some things, that Khufu's workers were transporting casing stone to the Giza pyramid complex, and ambiguous about others, specifically whether this describes the original construction of the complex or modification of an existing one. When evidence is ambiguous, the appropriate response is not to insist on one interpretation, and dismiss the other, but to acknowledge the ambiguity, note which interpretation is better supported overall, and continue investigating. This is what good science looks like. It is not always what the public debate about the alternative chronology looks like, on either side. Let me also say something about burden of proof in this context, because the question of where the burden of proof sits is one of the most contested aspects of the debate between the mainstream and the alternative chronology. The mainstream position is that the alternative chronology faces the burden of proof that it is making an extraordinary claim against a well-established conventional timeline, and that the burden is on the alternative chronology to provide extraordinary evidence for that claim. This is a reasonable position, and it reflects the general scientific principle that the existing body of evidence establishes a default position that must be overturned by superior evidence, rather than simply supplemented by anomalies. The alternative chronology's position is that the mainstream faces its own burden of proof to provide a convincing explanation for the specific anomalies that Schoch and Boval identify. In the absence of a convincing conventional explanation for the Sphinx enclosure erosion, the alternative chronology argues the geological evidence should be taken more seriously as pointing toward an anomalous date. Both versions of the burden of proof argument have some validity. The mainstream is right that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The alternative chronology is right that the conventional timeline's defenders have an obligation to explain the anomalous evidence, not simply to assert that the conventional timeline is well established. The honest position is that the burden of proof is not entirely on one side. Both the conventional explanation and the alternative explanation have specific evidential challenges that they have not fully resolved. The appropriate response to this situation is continued investigation rather than premature closure, and on both sides. We have now examined the evidence from 14 different angles. Before we try to summarize where that examination has taken us, let me note something about the process itself. 14 parts of investigation might seem like more than any question deserves. But the Giza controversy is genuinely multidimensional. It involves geology, astronomy, archaeology, paleoclimatology, the history of science, and the philosophy of evidence. Addressing it seriously requires engaging with each of these dimensions in its own terms. A summary version of the argument, stripped of the technical detail and the competing considerations, would be easier to follow but far less accurate. The complexity of the question is not a reason for confusion, it is a reason for care. We have established the conventional case in full and fair detail. We have examined the geological argument for a pre-Ice Age Sphinx and the counter-arguments to it. We have examined the astronomical correspondences and the counter-arguments to them. We have looked at the broader context of anomalous ancient dates, at what a realistic late Pleistocene builder society would have required, at the sea level argument for the absence of direct evidence, and at the mainstream's full response to all of it. Now let us try to say as clearly and as honestly as possible what the evidence actually supports, and, just as importantly, what it does not, what the evidence clearly supports. First, the Sumerian king list is real. The ancient Egyptians built the Giza pyramid complex, almost certainly in the Old Kingdom period around 2500 BCE. The evidence for this, the Mera papyrus, the workers' village, the developmental pyramid sequence, the broader Egyptian historical chronology, is solid and well established, what the evidence clearly supports. First, the Great Pyramid at Giza is one of the most extraordinary human achievements in the archaeological record. It was built by people who understood engineering, who could organize the labor of thousands, who had sophisticated knowledge of mathematics and astronomy. and who were working in the service of a cosmological and theological vision of the relationship between the living and the dead, the human and the divine, the terrestrial and the celestial. Whether it was built in 2500 BCE or at some earlier date, this achievement is real and remarkable. Whatever its date, whoever built it, it represents an enormous investment of human ingenuity, organizational capacity, and communal labor. This is not in dispute. Second, something unusual is happening with the erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls. Schoch's observation that the weathering profile on those walls is more consistent with rainfall erosion than with wind erosion is a genuine observation by a qualified geologist who has examined the site directly. The counter-arguments, salt weathering, differential limestone erosion, have not fully accounted for all the features he documents. The erosion is genuinely anomalous relative to what would be expected if the Sphinx were only 4,500 years old and had spent most of that time in a desert environment. Third, the Giza pyramid complex shows genuine astronomical correspondences with the Orion belt stars and with the position of Leo on the spring equinox horizon at approximately 10,500 BCE. The correspondences are real observations embedded in documented Egyptian religious traditions, and not purely the result of selective pattern matching. The Orion-Osiris association in Egyptian religion grounds the Orion correlation independently of Beauval's specific arguments. Fourth, the end of the last ice age was a genuine, well-documented catastrophe for coastal human populations. Sea levels rose approximately 120 meters over roughly 12,000 years, drowning an area larger than Africa. The most dramatic episodes of sea level rise, the meltwater pulses, occurred within the period relevant to the alternative chronology. The absence of evidence for sophisticated coastal societies from this period is at least partially explicable by the drowning of the environments those societies would have inhabited. Fifth, Göbekli Tepe has definitively shown that organized monumental construction was possible before the development of agriculture, at dates overlapping with the alternative chronology's proposed builder period. The impossibility argument against the alternative chronology is no longer available in its strongest form, what the evidence does not clearly support. First, the evidence does not clearly support the conclusion that the Sphinx was definitively carved before 5000 BCE. Schoch's geological argument is the strongest evidence for this, but it rests on a contested interpretation of ambiguous physical features. The counter-arguments have not fully answered the argument, but they have raised legitimate questions about whether the erosion profile unambiguously requires rainfall rather than other mechanisms. Second, the evidence does not clearly support the conclusion that the Giza complex was designed to encode a specific reference to 10,500 BCE. The Orion correlation is a genuine correspondence, and the astronomical arguments are interesting. But the specific claim that the 10,500 BCE date is uniquely encoded in the ground plan requires methodological rigor that the existing literature has not provided. The mirror image problem, the precision question, and the date problem all remain genuinely unresolved. Third, the evidence does not support the conclusion that a globally connected, technologically advanced pre-Ice Age civilization, the kind of lost civilization that Graham Hancock has described, existed and was responsible for the Giza complex. The evidence requires at most a local society with specific capabilities. It does not require a global network of sophisticated prehistoric cultures. Fourth, the evidence does not resolve the question of what the Mera papyrus is describing. If the papyrus describes the original construction of the pyramid complex, rather than modification of an existing one, then the conventional timeline of the pyramids is essentially correct, and the Sphinx presents as a specific anomaly that needs a different explanation from the pyramids. This is the most intellectually uncomfortable position for both the conventional timeline and the alternative chronology, and it has not been adequately addressed by either side, where genuine uncertainty lies. The most honest assessment of where the investigation stands is that there are two different questions about Giza, and the evidence points in different directions for each. The first question is about the Great Pyramid. Did Khufu's workers build it? The answer to this, on the current evidence, is almost certainly yes. The Mera papyrus, the workers' village, the developmental pyramid sequence, and the broader Old Kingdom context all point to 4th Dynasty construction of the pyramid complex. The alternative chronology's most radical version, that the entire complex predates Old Kingdom Egypt, faces the Mera papyrus as a nearly insuperable obstacle. The document describes contemporary activities at the construction site. For it to be describing something other than original construction, it would have to be describing renovation or completion work on a much older structure. Possible, but requiring a substantially different interpretation of a document that appears in its own terms to be describing an ongoing construction project. The second question is about the Sphinx. Was the Sphinx carved in the same period as the pyramids, in the reign of Khafra, around 2500 BCE? This question is considerably less settled. The Sphinx is not mentioned in the Mera papyrus. The erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls is anomalous relative to the erosion elsewhere on the Giza Plateau. The rains to which the Sphinx is conventionally attributed, Khafra's, rests partly on circumstantial evidence. The geological argument that the Sphinx is older than the pyramid complex is not conclusively refuted. The most intellectually interesting and most evidence-consistent position is something like this. The pyramid complex was built by Old Kingdom Egyptians, substantially as the conventional timeline describes. The Mera papyrus, the workers' village, the developmental sequence. These point clearly and solidly to Old Kingdom construction of the pyramids. The alternative chronology's radical version, which would require the Mera papyrus to describe something other than what it appears to describe, faces an evidential obstacle that is genuinely difficult to overcome. The Sphinx may be older, carved by an earlier society whose traces are either undetected or drowned, and incorporated into the 4th Dynasty complex by the Old Kingdom builders, who modified it and associated it with their own cosmological system. This is a hybrid position. It preserves the conventional timeline for the pyramids while acknowledging the possibility that the Sphinx is anomalous. It is consistent with the Mera papyrus. It is consistent with the geological erosion evidence. It is consistent with the astronomical correspondences, which can be understood as either the Old Kingdom builders' deliberate astronomical reference to an earlier epoch, or as the surviving astronomical orientation of the older Sphinx being preserved by its 4th Dynasty inheritors. The hybrid position is not proven. It is speculative, but it is the position that is most consistent with the full range of the available evidence, without either ignoring the anomalies or discarding the well-established conventional evidence. What future research could resolve? There are specific research questions whose answers would significantly advance our understanding of the Giza controversy. First, a comprehensive geological survey of the Sphinx enclosure walls, conducted by a team including specialists in limestone weathering, paleoclimatology, and ancient Near Eastern geology, using standardized criteria established in advance, would go a long way toward resolving the erosion debate. If the salt weathering and differential erosion mechanisms can be shown to fully account for the specific features Schoch documents, at rates consistent with the conventional timeline, the geological argument would be largely resolved in favor of the conventional dating. If they cannot, the argument for rainfall erosion becomes stronger. Second, systematic underwater archaeological survey of the drowned continental shelves in the eastern Mediterranean, the Red Sea, and the Nile Delta region, looking for evidence of complex human occupation at dates in the range of 10,000 to 5,000 BCE, would either find or fail to find the kind of evidence that the sea level argument predicts should be there. Positive findings would support the alternative chronology. Negative findings after comprehensive survey would significantly weaken it. Third, more systematic application of astronomical analysis to the Giza complex, using pre-specified criteria and independent replication, would either confirm or refute the specific claim that 10,500 BCE is uniquely encoded in the ground plan. The precession calculations are well established and objective. The question is whether the specific matching criteria Beauval uses are the right ones. And this is a question that can be addressed by establishing criteria independently of the specific case. These research questions are not beyond the reach of current science. They require resources, access, and institutional will. They are not being pursued with the urgency that the importance of the questions would seem to warrant, which is perhaps one of the more genuinely interesting puzzles in this entire investigation. The history of science is full of cases where a specific technical question that would resolve a major debate was left uninvestigated for decades because the mainstream had already decided that the debate was settled. The geocentric heliocentric controversy, the continental drift debate, the acceptance of the germ theory of disease. In each case, specific empirical questions that would have resolved the debate were available and were not pursued with appropriate urgency because the dominant framework made them seem unnecessary. The Giza controversy is not necessarily in this category, but the specific investigable questions, the comprehensive geological survey of the enclosure walls, the systematic underwater survey of the drowned coastal shelves, the pre-specified astronomical matching criteria, are investigable. Their investigation would advance our understanding regardless of which position they supported, and their continued non-investigation is a fact worth noting. We are going to spend the last 2 parts of tonight's journey returning to the plateau. Back to the dark, back to the Sphinx looking east, back to the questions that remain open as the night moves toward morning. But before we do, let me say one final thing about what the investigation has been about. It has not been about whether ancient astronauts built the pyramids. It has not been about proving that civilization is older than we think or debunking the Egyptologists. It has been about taking seriously a set of real physical and mathematical observations about a monument complex that everyone agrees is extraordinary, and following those observations honestly, acknowledging where they lead, acknowledging where they cannot lead, and maintaining the kind of patient uncertainty that genuinely difficult questions require. Let me develop the hybrid position more fully, because it is the one that the evidence most consistently points toward, and it deserves more detailed treatment than it typically receives in discussions of the Giza controversy. The hybrid position holds that the Great Pyramid and the Pyramid of Khafra were built by Old Kingdom Egyptians in the 4th dynasty, as the conventional timeline maintains. The Mera papyrus describes real activities at the construction site during Khufu's reign. The workers' village housed real workers. The developmental pyramid sequence reflects the real learning process of Old Kingdom pyramid builders. The Sphinx, however, may be a different matter. The Sphinx is not mentioned in the Mera papyrus. The identification of the Sphinx with Khafra rests partly on circumstantial evidence. The erosion on the Sphinx enclosure walls is anomalous in a way that the erosion on the pyramid surfaces is not. And the astronomical correspondences that Beauval identifies are specifically connected to the Sphinx, its orientation, its lion body, in ways that don't require the pyramids to have the same date. In the hybrid position, the Old Kingdom builders discovered an existing monument, older, already partially buried in sand, its original date and builders unknown, and incorporated it into their complex. They may have modified it, recarving the head to represent Khafra, adding restoration blocks, clearing the enclosure. They may have understood the monument's astronomical significance and deliberately built their pyramid complex around it, preserving its orientation and its relationship to the sky. This is speculative. There is no direct evidence that the 4th dynasty builders found a pre-existing monument at Giza. The architectural integration of the Sphinx with the Khafra complex suggests to many mainstream Egyptologists that the Sphinx was built as part of that complex, not incorporated into it. But the hybrid position is not impossible, and it is the position that most cleanly accounts for the disparate evidence, without requiring either the full conventional timeline or the full alternative chronology. The hybrid position also raises its own interesting questions. If the Sphinx was already there when the 4th dynasty builders arrived, what did they make of it? A vast, lion-bodied monument, already ancient, already partly buried, already showing the marks of an earlier climate. Did they understand it as the product of a previous civilization? Did they treat it as sacred precisely because of its unknown antiquity? Did the cosmological traditions that they embedded in their pyramid complex derive from or respond to the astronomical alignments of the older monument they had found? These questions cannot be answered with the available evidence. But they are the kinds of questions that honest investigation opens when it refuses to settle prematurely on either the conventional or the alternative answer. There is one more thing worth saying about the overall investigation before we move toward the final parts of tonight's journey. The question of the Great Pyramid's date is not just an academic puzzle. It is, if the alternative chronology has any validity, a question about the length of human history, about how far back the record of organized human activity actually extends, and about what we have lost in the gap between that record's beginning and the periods we can document. If the Sphinx was carved at or near 10,500 BCE, it is 12,500 years old. That means human beings with fully modern cognitive capacities were carving large-scale monuments more than twice as long ago as the conventional beginning of Egyptian civilization. It means that the history of organized human activity is at least 12,000 years longer than the conventional picture suggests, and probably longer since the Sphinx would not be the first attempt at monumental construction if it dates to 10,500 BCE. What happened in all that time? What did human beings do with 12,000 years of fully modern cognitive capacity before the first cities appeared in Mesopotamia? What knowledge was accumulated? What traditions were developed? What understanding of the natural world was built up? And then, in the catastrophes at the end of the last ice age, partially or largely lost? These are the questions that lie behind the specific technical debates about erosion profiles and astronomical correspondences. They are not questions that the evidence currently allows us to answer with confidence. But they are questions worth asking, and they are questions that an honest investigation of the Giza evidence cannot avoid. The Great Pyramid may predate the Ice Age. We do not yet know if this is true. But the question is real, the evidence is genuine, and the investigation is far from over. The Sphinx is still looking east. The enclosure walls still show their anomalous weathering. The stars still follow their calculable paths across the sky. And the answer, if there is one, is still waiting in the evidence. We began tonight on the Giza Plateau, in the dark, in the hour before dawn. It is time to go back. Let the plateau come back into your awareness. The flat, pale rock underfoot. The cold, dry air that carries nothing. No sound of traffic. No smell of city. Nothing but the specific silence and the specific cold of desert at altitude in the small hours. The stars above are extraordinary, the way they always are in the desert, the Milky Way, visible as a river of faint light that the horizon does not quite contain. And in front of you, in the dark, the 3 pyramids. You know more about them now than you did at the beginning of tonight's journey. You know about the Mera papyrus and the workers' village and the developmental pyramid sequence that places their construction in the 4th dynasty of ancient Egypt, around 2500 BCE. You know that this evidence is solid, multiple, and well established, that the conventional dating of the pyramid complex rests on genuine historical scholarship, not on assumption or convenience. You also know about the Sphinx. The Sphinx is over to your left, crouching in its enclosure, its great face turned east toward the horizon where the sky is just beginning, very faintly, to consider the idea of becoming lighter. You know now that the erosion on the walls of that enclosure is anomalous, that a geologist has examined those walls carefully and found a weathering profile more consistent with prolonged rainfall than with wind and sand. You know that the rainfall required to produce that weathering stopped falling on the Giza Plateau more than 5,000 years ago. You know that the geological debate over what this means has been going on for more than 30 years without reaching a consensus. You know that the 3 pyramids behind you are arranged in a way that mirrors the 3 belt stars of Orion, and that the Sphinx's lion body faces the direction where Leo was rising on the eastern horizon, at the spring equinox sunrise in approximately 10,500 BCE. You know that these correspondences are embedded in documented Egyptian religious traditions, that Orion was Osiris, that the Milky Way was the celestial Nile, that the spring equinox sunrise was the moment of cosmic renewal. You know that 2 independent lines of evidence, developed by researchers using completely different methods, point toward the same approximate date. You know that you cannot resolve the question tonight. Nobody can. The evidence is genuine, the anomalies are real, and the conventional explanation has not fully accounted for them. But the conventional evidence is also real, and it points solidly toward Old Kingdom construction of the complex as we see it today. Both things are true simultaneously, and that makes the Giza question one of the most genuinely difficult questions in ancient history. Genuinely difficult, not theatrically difficult, not artificially inflated into a mystery where there is none, but actually, specifically, evidentially difficult. Let the Sphinx come into focus now. It is enormous even in the dark. The scale of it only becomes apparent when you are close to it, without the crowd of tourists who make it feel smaller by providing a human scale to compare it against. Alone, in the dark, the Sphinx is simply very large, a presence in the landscape that has been there for a long time, that will be there after you are gone, that has seen more of the history of this region than any document that has survived. The face is turned east. It has always been turned east. At every dawn since it was carved, whether that was 4,500 years ago, or 12,000 years ago, or somewhere in between, the light has arrived from the direction the Sphinx faces, touching the face first, the rest of the plateau coming into the light more slowly as the sun climbs above the horizon. There is something about that constancy that is worth sitting with as sleep approaches. The sun rises in the east. It has always risen in the east. The stars follow their calculable paths. Orion rises and sets as it has always risen and set, the belt stars tracing the same arcs through the sky that they traced for whoever first noted their resemblance to the pattern of the 3 Giza pyramids. The precessional cycle turns slowly and inexorably, as it has always turned. The spring equinox sunrise point, moving through the zodiacal constellations in its 26,000-year circuit. Leo behind us now, Leo ahead of us in another 26,000 years. Whatever was here before us knew these things. Whatever built the Sphinx, whenever they built it, knew that the sun rises in the east, knew the stars and their patterns, knew the slow turning of the precessional cycle, or had observed the first signs of it across generations of careful watching. They knew the sky the way that people who live without artificial light know the sky, intimately, specifically, with the kind of knowledge that comes from a lifetime of careful attention to something that never stops moving and never stays the same. We have lost that knowledge, most of us. The sky we see is too bright and too compromised by the light of our cities to show us what the ancient sky showed. The kind of attention that produces the level of astronomical knowledge required to design the Giza complex. Whether that attention was being paid in 2500 BCE, or in 10,500 BCE, or in both periods simultaneously, is a kind of attention that most of us have never practiced. There are communities in the world today, indigenous peoples in Australia, the Pacific, and elsewhere, who maintain astronomical traditions of extraordinary depth and precision, traditions that have been transmitted orally across thousands of years, and that encode detailed knowledge of the sky in song and story and ceremony. These traditions remind us that astronomical knowledge does not require telescopes or observatories or universities. It requires sustained attention, good memory, and the willingness to watch the same sky for a very long time. The ancient sky over the Giza Plateau was, in some ways, more knowable than the sky we see from our cities today. Without electric light, without atmospheric pollution, without the noise of modern civilization, the sky was immediate and overwhelming and filled with more detail than most of us ever have the opportunity to observe. The people who built or carved or designed the Giza complex, whenever they were, lived with that sky every night of their lives. They could not know it. The Sphinx is still practicing it. It has been watching the eastern horizon for a very long time. Let me say one more thing before the sleep comes about what it means to stand in front of something this old with questions, this unresolved. Most of the time when we encounter uncertainty, it is uncomfortable. We want answers. We want the satisfying click of a question resolved, a mystery explained, a loose end tied up. The popular treatments of Giza, the ancient astronaut documentaries, the mainstream dismissals, the competing tour guides giving confident explanations, all offer that satisfaction in one form or another. They tell you what it is and what it means, and you leave knowing. Tonight has not offered that satisfaction, and it is not going to. If anything, 15 parts of careful investigation have revealed the question to be more complex, more genuinely uncertain, and more worth continued attention than most treatments of it suggest. The anomalies are real. The conventional evidence is real. The gap between them is real. And anyone who tells you that the gap is not there or that it has been resolved is either unaware of the specific evidence or is presenting it less honestly than it deserves. But the evidence examined honestly does not offer that satisfaction. It offers something different, the specific quality of attention that is required to hold a genuine, evidence-grounded mystery with patience and curiosity, rather than with the false resolution of a premature conclusion. This is harder than knowing, It requires the willingness to look at what is there without filling in what is not. The Sphinx is made of limestone that has been shaped by human hands and altered by time. The specific limestone that forms the Sphinx's body was once part of the bedrock of the Plateau, part of the same continuous rock that extends beneath your feet right now. The rock that was laid down 50 million years ago at the bottom of a shallow sea, compressed over millions of years into the pale stone of the Giza Plateau. The Sphinx's body is that rock, shaped into the form of a lion by someone, for some purpose at some time that is genuinely uncertain. The specific questions of whose hands and when time's alterations began are questions that the evidence raises but does not fully answer. The specific questions of what the builders knew and intended and were trying to encode in this specific landscape at this specific latitude, aligned with this specific astronomical moment. These are questions that the evidence suggests are real without yet telling us their answers. Holding these questions with care, taking them seriously without resolving them prematurely, is itself a form of respect for the monument and for the people who made it, whoever they were, whenever they lived. The sky to the east is getting lighter, not dramatically, not yet. Just the faintest suggestion that darkness is not absolute, that somewhere on the far side of the horizon, something is coming. The Sphinx is looking at it. It has been looking at this moment, this specific moment, the dawn coming from the east, the moment when darkness becomes light, for at least 4,500 years, perhaps for 12,000 years, perhaps for longer than either of those estimates. The specific duration of the vigil is one of the questions that remain open. What is not in question is that the vigil is real. The monument is there. The dawn is coming. And in the slow turning of the precessional cycle, in a way that the evidence suggests was not accidental, the sky that the Sphinx watches was once, and will be again, the sky of Leo, with the great lion constellation rising exactly where the monument is looking. We are at the end of tonight's investigation. We have not found the definitive answer to the question of when the Sphinx was carved. We have found something more interesting, a clear picture of what the evidence actually shows, what it leaves uncertain, and what kind of investigation would be needed to resolve the uncertainty. That is not nothing. That is, in fact, considerable. The question will remain after tonight. The Sphinx will remain, and the slow turning of the precessional cycle will continue, indifferent to our investigation of it, carrying the spring equinox point on its long journey through the constellations of the zodiac. Let the questions rest now. Let the plateau rest. Let the cold, dry air and the silence and the approaching light carry what remains of tonight's investigation into whatever comes after tonight. The pyramids are still there. They will still be there when the sun comes up, as they have been every morning for 4,500 years. The Sphinx is still watching the east. It has always been watching the east. Sleep well.